Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you so much for waiting for us while we had some deliberations on how to proceed. We will then ask for the representative from the Alliance for Rural Democracy. I see that they are joining us online. Tepo, will it just be you who's joining us, or are you joined by other colleagues?
I'll be joined by one colleague, Mulatalo Mohale from Nguzi Development. He's also online.
Okay, thank you so much. Please just spotlight him for us. All right, thank you so much, colleagues. Just briefly introduce yourself as well as your organization. Then once that is done, we will move into the swearing in or the affirmation process.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, commissioners, the public, colleagues. My name is Tseponini Fokani, the National Coordinator at the Alliance for Rural Democracy. I hand over to my colleague, Mulatalo Mohale.
Good afternoon, commissioners and all stakeholders. I'm Mulatalo Mohale, Program Coordinator at Nguzi Development Association.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Now it's the part where I swear you in. Oh, Tepo, your full names for the record.
Tseponini Fokani.
Will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
Yes.
Which one? There are two different aspects. So there's the oath or the affirmation.
The oath.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Indeed, yes.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Mogale. Full names for the record.
Mulatalo Ruben Mohale.
Will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
Affirmation.
Do you consider the affirmation to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to present before the commissioners is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "I affirm."
I affirm.
Thank you so much, colleagues. You're given 20 minutes to make your presentation.
Thank you so much, commissioners. We were not aware that our time had been reduced. We had prepared for a bit longer, but I will now kick off by sharing my screen and going through the presentation. Who we are is the ARD, and the submission we're making today is around theme 2, the centrality of land and agrarian reforms regarding access, tenure, food insecurity, zooming into women smallholder farmers and communal farmers. The background of the ARD were founded in 2017 in response to unjust laws and practices that strip rural communities of their land and property rights. We work with grassroots movements, research partners, legal partners, land NGOs in 5 provinces. Our presence is in Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northwest, Eastern Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal. Furthermore, our key work, our themes are there for the public to view. Going straight into my actual input to ensure that Nguzi is also afforded enough time. Looking at the theme of land access as it relates to food security, the key focus we want to make is around restitution and possibly other forms of land claims, but it's to say that Black farmers that are living on CPA or trust land as the actual owners are not able, all of them, to farm productively. What does that mean? It means that there have been instances where the state support has been insufficient. In fact, when restitution first rolled out, many claimant communities have attested to these various forms of support that they were given. At first, there was a discretionary grant. The word says it all, at the discretion of the department. There was also a settlement planning grant. It's always been a percentage of the value of the land. Over the years, this may change, but what that was meant for was for people to return to the land, but also to live there, to reside. And then a more significant development grant. What was that intended for? It's always been so that you can work the land. No doubt, we are well aware of the difficulty of receiving land back and finding yourself at a loss for how to work. When people were moved from these farms, they were not actually commercial farmers, but they returned to a farm that is operating commercially and therefore has significant impacts for how they use the land and begins to show the tensions between household food production. One thing that I'd like to do is talk to two very specific examples as I continue for the rest of the presentation. The Bakoniba Petla CPA in Mpumalanga on the farm Iwi. That image would show, though it wouldn't show clearly for everybody, that they are relying on a dam that they use to draw water. They do not actually have water for all the households living on the farm. No doubt they are able to commercially kiwi, the fruit, as in the name of the farm, but they are not food secure. What that means is that despite having returned to the farm, despite having made some serious gains in terms of commercial enterprise, for the normal beneficiary on the land, they are no far better off. Another very pointed example I want to point to is Bakubung Barateo in Northwest. This is another farm that we work with and have visited. They returned to the farm in 93. Then the CPA began to lease it out to commercial white farmers. And what that means is that the claimants are only practicing backyard farming. Now, despite living on thousands of hectares, as this image shows, the claimants have to wait for the commercial entities to first harvest, and then they are permitted to enter their own maize fields on their land, to raise their cattle, or to harvest the maize for their own subsistence for the next season. Despite what this image looks like, this area in Molote Northwest is incredibly water rich. There are at least 2 reservoirs, one in operation, streams, marshes. It's very abundant with water. So they do, of course, have water coming into the standpipes directly to the claimants on the land. But in most respects, these beneficiaries live daily as though they are not farm owners, but farm occupiers. Many of their rights are still reduced. What that means is that on their backyard stand, they are farming, as many do around the country. However, there is an irony that all the support of the early claimants, the early successes of restitution, are being clawed back by a lot of incongruence and inconsistency. When they approach local government for support, they're advised that this is a private village. Therefore, everything that happens on the land doesn't concern local municipalities. I'd now like to change tack and look at tenure security. There are significant violations of the Interim Protection of Informal Land Rights Act of 1996. Many of these people, communal farmers, women-led households, are practicing backyard farming. What happens when they have insecure tenure is that it impacts their rights. At some level, as the Commission of Gender Equality has told us, it is not only because of not being legally allowed to access the land, but there are practices that are depriving them. There are barriers that stop them from being able to use their land. Who actually is depriving them? In the main, this is happening directly by traditional leaders who administer the land. There are sometimes competing land use or land-based investments. Looking at 2 very pointed statements and examples, in the farm, in the village, in fact, Rooiberg Lachte under Bushbuck Ridge, the Nduna threatened Mayor Mabasa that her ply fields were way too big for a woman, right? And he began to install residential sites there. How does he do it? He removes her fence for the land that her family has held for generations, the land she relies on, the land she uses to farm. And what is she left with today? Directly, the remnants of residential sites that were started. She works with many organizations, structures, community forums to resist this, and she's not the only one. I'll now talk more directly about Ndate Sithole. He's also living in Bushbuckridge, but he's under Agani village. His traditional council is a Mashangana, and they directly documented with him that they're going to reduce the size of his fields, the land that his family has used and occupied and had rights on since 1985, and they're going to dispossess him of 4 hectares. Indeed, the traditional council does allocate him an alternative land, but looking at just this image for a sense of what are we talking about in rural South Africa, this alternative land is virgin land. He still has to debush it, so he doesn't have a borehole. All the years of labor, all the sweat that he's put down goes unannounced, unrecognized, and it's also not being compensated. On that moment, I think I'd like to pause because before I get into recommendations, I'd like to hand over to Nguzi Development to assist. Muladelo, are you still with us? Perhaps he
Yes,
is.
I'm here. Let me try to put up my presentation. Uh, okay, cool. Thanks. My presentation will just add more on some of the aspect that Tshepo has alluded to, because our work has got some synergy. And Nkuzi is an advocacy organization, an NGO that is based in Limpopo, which was established in 1997. So our work largely supports your farm dwellers, people living in communal areas, farm workers, and restitution land claimants and smallholder farmers. So in relation to the themes that outlined by the Commission, I'll be focusing on the 3 main themes, which include land and agrarian reform, indigenous knowledge and agroecology, systematic failures, and fragmented governance. So in terms of land and agrarian reform, what we've been observing is that there are key issues that affect the food security or food sovereignty at in the rural spaces. One is that we have got historic land claims that are not processed at a fast speed, and where claims are processed, they are processed through monetary compensation. So people are still reduced to being wage laborers because they cannot have ownership and access to land. And we're also seeing conflicting or competing interest in terms of when land is redistributed. So land gets redistributed to for construction of malls, for mining, and related extractives like your sand businesses, and for commercial farming practices as well. And we see that this as it benefits a lot of rural elites instead of people who are visibly poor in those rural areas. And you are people living in communal areas, people living in commercial farmland are struggling while this land is being redistributed to really people who don't need favor from anyone. So, and the other aspect that Tshepo has touched is on the post-transfer support, where land has been transferred and people are not getting support, be it the technical services like soil testing, doing a feasibility of the farming practice before the land is being transferred. Um, what we have also observed is that the land gets transferred. A number of land parcels that get transferred now are actually degraded due to previous commercial practices. So, in terms of the indigenous knowledge and agroecology, we have observed the following key things: is that agroecological practices are often undermined by a dominant agricultural knowledge system, which is largely perceived as more of a commercial farming practice in the land sector. So people who have been producing using agroecology method get tempted to adopt this way of buying commercial inputs, even if they've got chemicals, because they are really free. They get them from the Department of Agriculture. They are not paying anything, and they are available. It's easy for them to get through those extension services. And uh, because of the impoverished living conditions, farmers over time shift away from their agroecological practices and then now getting into agricultural commercial inputs. And we are also seeing that government is not doing enough in terms of popularizing and supporting the agroecology as a farming method compared to commercial farming, which use a lot of chemicals and stuff. And now this, because it's on the side of people, be it new entrants or seasonal farmers, it becomes easy for them to just switch and say, because this is available and accessible, let me just have it and try it. And post that, they will also get chemicals to treat the same. So everything becomes free, and then over time they use it as one of their permanent methods. So, and we've seen this shift as an issue that marginalizes indigenous knowledge and agroecological practices, and also weakens local food sovereignty and placing food system back under corporate influence rather than local knowledge and agroecology practices. And this as well undermines both sustainable food production and long-term access to food. So in terms of the systems failures and fragmented governance, I'm going to focus on two key things in communal areas. What we've seen is that the unlawful traditional authority practices limit food access uh, and production, because people are faced with the imposition of tribal levies, which failure to pay tribal levies, then they get denied access to basic services, which include having key documentation like proof of residence, supporting documents that they can use to get agricultural support from the state and so forth. And uh, this is happening despite the fact that between 2023 and 2024, the Limpopo High Court judgment and Constitutional Court judgment handed down a very important judgment that declared the levies unconstitutional. So the other aspect that I think is also affect the food production and access in the communal area relate to uh, a mushrooming commodification of communal land. So the land in communal area get sold to the highest bidders. People in townships, urban spaces sell their land to go and reside permanently in those areas, and often uh, they they actually vid others who have been existing in the space for the longest time, because they've got bigger pockets compared to those who have been there before. And if you look on the same point, I've shared a link of the 3-year action research that we did with our research partners in Plus, your University of Western Cape, where we focused on Kwenamoloto and series, which sort of portray what I've just mentioned. So I think I can pause there and wait for Tsepo to start with her recommendations as well. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Commissioners, can I proceed to recommendations? Or perhaps there would be some input.
Proceed with the recommendations.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Onto the recommendations. Given everything that we are highlighting, we call on the state to protect households living on communal land and land administered by traditional authorities through IPILRA. That will protect them from the dispossessions and land grabs that we mention across the 5 provinces. To do this, the state must recognize customary land ownership as valid. So, given that the department will introduce the communal land bill, it's quite concerning if that new legislation will only further undermine the household security of tenure because that will target women directly. Furthermore, we call on the department and the Commission of Restitution to finalize land claims, but also with post-settlement support. And whilst we know that the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development is only responsible for CPAs, there is a disjuncture because there are also trusts that are land owning, land holding. Some of these are family trusts, some of these are very specifically in instances where people bought land or they are labor tenants. We want to strongly promote women's land rights. And there was a campaign of 1 hectare, 1 household. This, of course, is not to limit how much land women should get, but we really need to focus on getting land into rural women's hands safely, securely, and for future generations. Similarly, to Nguzi, a lot of concern is there on the ground around access to information and transparency about support for small-scale and backyard farmers, extension services. And then finally, an overriding theme that is common around the country is the lack of basic services on farms and the disjuncture in how municipalities view their role in relation to land reform, as this directly impacts food security. Thank you. Muladelo, I'm over to you now.
Thanks, Tepo. Our key recommendations are summarized as follows. So, one, we are looking at the state having mandatory soil testing and rehabilitation support on transferred land. And this needs to be done way before the land is transferred so that people get ready and also know the kind of soil that they're going to be using and what kind of the farming methods will apply in those areas, and if they are using crop or livestock, which of those can be suitable to those land parcels. And this also includes provision of basic farming equipment and related technical assistance. The other key recommendation is that there should be a need to have a protection of agroecology from knowledge system capture. And this can be done in a form of where multi-stakeholders take responsibilities, like your public institution, academic institution, and extension services to promote agroecology farming methods alongside commercial farming. Because what we see currently is that commercial farming is more popularized and supported compared to smallholder production, which for us, what is key there is agroecology farming, which is a sustainable farming method. And we also think recognizing the existing sustainable farming practitioners and government using their services because they already have extensive experience and skills of using agroecology can actually go a long way. And the third recommendation is around recognition and regulation of traditional authority practices which affect production. Here we are talking about an example of it could be a creation of a national oversight mechanism to review and regulate traditional authority practices because currently each traditional leader do as they please and which actually trump on other people's rights and end up violating a lot of the poor residents' human rights. And this can also include the restriction linked to levies and land access. Ke a leboha.
Ndata Morale, I'm going to hand over to the evidence leaders.
Thank you very much for your submission and your presentation. For clarification, I just want to ask a couple of questions as to what you ended off with the traditional authorities. I would like to know from you how can the rights of women farmers being protected from arbitrary land reallocation, and what measures are in place to ensure compliance with interim protection of Informal Land Rights Act?
Thanks so much. Would you like a response now? I thought, okay.
Yes, you can give it now.
Absolutely. Currently, women farmers in communal areas are protected actually under customary law because that's recognized under the Constitution. And through that, their rights are actually seen as equivalent to private land ownership. One key example of this is the case second other judgment. This is in KwaZulu-Natal, where residential leases were introduced in certain pockets using the PTO certificate, that's permission to occupy. But the court ruled that in actual fact, under Zulu customary law, the PTO system is equivalent to private ownership. And so when the courts already have made several rulings dating back quite a few years, I think what we're struggling with is an enforcement and an oversight by the department. For an IPILRA meeting to happen, there are basics. Who is there, who decides, who's consulted, who ultimately consents, and who gets compensated. And to do that, the department already has IPILRA regulations. But what's really missing is the officials to come down to the ground and be at almost every community meeting, or to introduce the oversight to be sure that when a decision is made where there is a dispossession, all the affected are consulted. Furthermore, I think that we have done a lot of work to fight behavior change and paternalistic practices that view women as subordinate to men in rural spaces. We have to do more of that because some of the challenges that women are facing is that how dare you be a widow and still speak in your own right? How dare you be unmarried and expect to leave the family home though you are a woman in your 40s and 50s and establish yourself? So I think we need a parallel process. We need the good judgments that the courts have handed down to us to certainly be implemented. We also need to consider where there are violations of these judgments, contempt of court, right? We also need to think of the practices on the ground. So continuing to share legal empowerment with those affected and continuing to have a higher level of oversight by the department and certainly Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very insightful. And then regarding local municipalities, what legal justification is being used to deny basic water and electricity services to communities living on communal property associations or trust-owned land?
The municipalities are actually not using any legal basis for that. They're simply saying this is a private farm. It's not owned by the state. It's owned by a group of now Black landowners. But that points to a serious disjuncture because we also have a lot of good judgments coming out around basic services, again from KZN, which compels the municipalities to provide these on the farms. And so I think, again, what we need is any and every support from SALGA, Chapter 9s, to actually do a country round audit of what's the situation. Because farm owners cannot be left in the normal things on a commercial farm to block the gates and then we say, well, those Black land occupiers will just drink with the livestock. But it's more pointed when it's a Black landowner that's being deprived of that opportunity. Of course, there are other challenges around collecting revenue, which we think maybe something like a cap on some of the rates, because that also becomes another obstacle to commercial farming for food production. You get given back the farm, you inherit the municipal debt. The farm gets auctioned to pay off the debt. You've now lost the farm. So It's a really vicious cycle between training and support and then information, right? And access to what does the municipality do, what does government do in terms of national, what do the various departments do? Thank you.
Thank you. And then my last question, maybe Mr. Mohale would like to answer that. Given the link between land decay and food insecurity, are you aware if there's a specific plan to restore post settlement funding for restitution beneficiaries?
Yes, thank you. Uh, I I think from we're a bit, our hands are a bit tied from an NGO point of view, but it could be an area where other stakeholders also can tap in to ensure that people that get land get that kind of support. From our side, as an organization that actually support farmers to both advocate and promote agroecology, we are trying to establish what we call demonstration sites and replication sites, where we're supporting our smallholders to sustain their farming practices. But I think it requires more than just us to play a role there. And I think this is also linked to what you asked and support touched on in terms of the municipality, because the practices that we are seeing is that they are different. They are sort of area based. In other areas where the land is owned by CPAs, they say it's a private land, we cannot provide services there. But there are other informal settlements where services get provided very quickly. The informal settlements that actually resulted in a form of land occupation from the CPAs, where municipalities are actually providing services quite quicker than when the CPA was got the land through the transfer.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much for your presentation. I think it was very clear from my perspective, and it answered the questions we've asked earlier in the inquiry about why communities, particularly rural and farming communities, who seemingly have access to land, are experiencing food insecurity at higher rates than people in urban and peri-urban areas, as reported by Stats SA. So mine is just to then ask questions just for additional information. You maybe if you can unpack for us, I think you started the conversations about the challenges women face in the rural economy, the cultural barriers that women face in terms of land access. I know in our work, you find in some other areas that women cannot own land in their own name. Uh, they can only access land through a male relative, and things like that in some communities. Is that prevalent in the areas where you are also working?
Thank you so much. Indeed, this is quite prevalent in areas like KwaZulu-Natal, where specifically widows are social outcasts because of the norms and practices. That strips them of any opportunity to use and to access land. Similarly, I would say across the country to varying degrees in the provinces where we work, what you also find are that traditional authorities in these places want to remind women of their subordinate status. They want to remind them that they are less than a full resident, less than a full citizen. They are a minor. And so they
Yes.
cannot expect the rights and privileges that are afforded to men. What that then does is puts women in a very awkward position. I did mention the KSAC judgment. The irony there, though women were holding permission to occupy certificates, which are an apartheid vestige, the women were made to find a male relative to sign the lease. So even something that strips them of their rights was still requiring them to find a male relative who doesn't live in the family home, who doesn't support the family home, who doesn't contribute to it, who doesn't maintain it. But they still had to go out and find somebody else because they're never viewed as full people. And what that means, I think, for household food production is that the irony, it's women who are primarily responsible for that. They're
Yes.
doing the unpaid care work, they're making sure that children are going to school, they are raising the family, they are supporting, they are, the
Yes.
land becomes your insurance, it becomes your entire personhood is tied to the land. You're born of it and you return to it.
Okay.
But these practices, yeah,
Yes, I think I got it. I just wanted to understand how widespread the practices is like, but in other provinces, it's not just your widows, but your divorced women, your single women who are denied
yes,
access to,
unwed mothers,
yes,
yes.
unwed mothers who are denied access to land. Now maybe before I move to the next question, linked to your response where you were speaking about the PTO system. Are you proposing an alternative to the PTO system, and what alternative are you proposing to ensure that the secure tenure for rural communities?
Thank you so much. The proposal is actually a recognition and a record of the PTO system.
Okay.
Because each time we think of an alternative, we always liken rural South Africa to the urban. We're always
Yes.
looking for a piece of paper, a document that says you're the owner, you belong. But each time you ask people who practice some customs to say, why do you go home when you've got many places you could turn? They say, because that's where I come from. That's where my people come from. That's where I believe I will be heard when I speak to my ancestors. So, what we're looking for is to see a recordal system that would begin to integrate, because the deeds registry doesn't allow you to record a PTO, but there are advances around, let's say, family title. And that indicates to us that there could be amendments in law that would safeguard household and individuals within the household's rights.
Yeah, I think maybe I would really like to hear more about that alternative proposal you're making, maybe through written submissions, because
Indeed.
there have been those calls, should they be title deeds? And the concern I think that has often been raised around that is the commodification of land, where you find people sometimes why they opt to go to rural areas. They know that that is the one piece of property that will be safe from banks, from repossession. So maybe in that further submission, you just speak to how whatever system is being proposed can still leave rural land insulated from commodification and from the markets, which we've seen in urban and peri-urban areas, leave many people
Mm,
homeless and landless, when they fall into hard times.
indeed, we'd be very happy to do that.
Okay. Now I want to engage you. You also raised the challenge of evictions that are happening in communal land, and you indicate that is evictions perpetuated by traditional leaders. And in most cases in our work, we do get this kind of cases. And when you engage with the traditional authority, they will say that it was not authorized by them, but you find maybe there was the title that is sometimes used. I know it may not be correct, politically correct, but you'll correct me. They say headmen. Some of them who will
Mm,
do things unauthorized. So I just want to, in the work that you do, these evictions, are they sanctioned, or is just because of those some loose control systems that happen in some rural areas where people just do as they please.
Can I hand over to Mulatelo because his work around tribal levies speaks to it actually being sanctioned by practice.
Okay.
Mulatelo, if you could come in.
Yes, thank you. So it's more of a practice than anything. It's just traditional leaders just telling people to vacate the space without following, without even going to the courts and all that.
Okay.
So it's just, and in most cases, is violent. So if you resist, you'll be sent by the so-called security or the VIP of the traditional authority to demolish your structure and so forth. So I wanted to touch on the issue around the you asked Sepo around the issue of women's rights. I think the problem that we have is that even with the system that we may propose, if it can ensure that women has got independent rights, both women living in the commercial farmland and women living in the communal land, I think that will assist.
Okay. And so when these evictions then happen, are they contested by the communities? And if not, what are the barriers for communities contesting them? Because if they are illegal, they can be challenged. Maybe what are the difficulties that communities face in challenging these illegal evictions?
Thank you so much. Communities are positively contesting on the ground. They are engaging their traditional leaders, the traditional authorities, the headmen, the nduna. What begins to become a problem is that for the communities to use the law, the actual law, as a protection, we're now looking at access to justice.
Okay.
The villages are very far away from the courts. Court is always expensive and a lengthy procedure. So even when somebody would dispossess you of your property rights, communities might use a traditional court, or they might use like organizing and collectivism and protesting. But what is clear is that in areas where people have access to information, they've been able to reverse some unjust decisions without the intervention of a lawyer. But in places where there is no information, no support, where the NGOs cannot reach because we're not government, it's the lack of oversight by rural development. I mean, the minister owns the land like on behalf. It's vested, in trust, all these parcels of land in these villages. But when the violation happens, it's just you as a household or a group of people and the traditional authority and their representatives. And because violence is also used, when you turn to police, they're very reluctant to get involved because the traditional authority is able to use your levies as a weapon to say, but you haven't been paying this form of a hut tax, you haven't been paying this form of a tax to me, so why on earth do you have to reside and enjoy the rights that others enjoy? But the courts already ruled that it's an unconstitutional practice.
So there needs to be better access to legal resources for rural communities. Maybe just the last issue on this evictions, the contestation between land for residential purposes as well as land for food security purposes. How prevalent is this now? Because sometimes you find that the pressure is from communities who see just an open field and would put pressure perhaps on traditional authorities to say they need land to reside. And so how prevalent is that? Because also you find in many communities that culture of of farming, household farming is dying out. I remember a few years ago, I traveled to Guanongoma, and I saw fields that were left unattended to for years. And so now when community members see that field, they demand it for residential purposes. So now you have that conflict of people who want land for farming and those who are saying, but we also need land for housing.
I'll hand over to Mulatelo again because it's quite prevalent in various provinces. There is rural
Yeah.
sprawl.
Yeah, so I earlier on my presentation, I mentioned that we did a research around two areas in Mulech where we found that uh, the, the land that is actually used currently for the mushrooming residential purposes is not mainly people who are locals. It's elites who sell their houses in urban areas to reside in those areas because they are running away from municipal taxes and rates. So, and that sort of urbanize those areas and also take away those plowing fields from the people.
Yes.
But the reality is that the economic situation has not been kind to people in rural areas. Some are not neglecting those plowing fields on willingly. It's just the situation, the economic situation causes them to not do anything on that.
Okay. Now, I want to look at the issue of the CPAs. CPAs as a vehicle for road development. I know also in our work, there's been a lot of challenges with CPAs. Many of them are dysfunctional. Many of them, you find even the term of those trustees has expired, and Department of Rural Development is struggling to regularize these processes. And this is where now you see in many of the restituted lands that there is gatekeeping by the CPA trustees who sometimes forget that this land is in trust. It's not their property, but it's on behalf of all the beneficiaries. So, how effective really is the CPA structure for advancing rural development and land reform? And if your view is as we have seen it, that there are a lot of challenges, what alternatives are you proposing in place of these CPA structures that have been imposed on communities?
That's a really spectacular point, because some of the CPAs and trusts, I'll always mention the trusts so we don't exclude them. The landholding entities begin to mimic a traditional authority, meaning the leaders are unaccountable, they're not transparent, they don't disclose the finances, they don't share the lease agreements. And that puts beneficiaries who are living on that farm every single day unable to do anything. And as soon as they speak up, they're called a concerned group. And a concerned group is always silenced. It's always seen as a negative force instead of a force for change. And what I think is really difficult about this communal land holding vehicle is that many of them are also formed in response to return to the land, meaning they are not necessarily people that got along prior to dispossession. There are families, they're neighbors, but it doesn't mean they would have had collectivism. In some cases, it was, maybe if they were purchasing the farm together. But in other instances, they lost rights collectively and are restored rights collectively. So there hasn't been a lot of work in helping people to also work together to resolve conflicts, to see each other as the ally and the asset that would unlock the potential of the land. And so what that means is the elites within CPA and trust will always benefit. Some of them will begin to sublease the very farm on very favorable conditions, but they don't live there. So they bring in farm workers, the beneficiaries who live on the farm, who are keeping it in full operation or making sure that the fencing is done and that, they cut the grass. They're seen then as just another laborer. And so I think the conceptualization is that the lengthy process to claim, to research, and restore you to your land needs a parallel lengthy process of mentorship and support when you get your land. To only hand over the financial resources without any of the soft skills will continue to bring the conflicts. And in areas where people get along quite well without financial resources, how would they overcome that?
Okay. So basically, your proposal will not be to throw the baby with the bathwater, so to speak, but to have those additional safeguards to ensure that CPA structures actually do work.
Absolutely, and to
Okay.
democratize these structures better.
All right.
Can I come in?
Contestations.
Can I
Yes.
come in on that?
Hey, I'm
Yeah.
at the
So I
mercy
think
of Commissioner. I don't know. Am I?
just a minute.
Thank you. You come in.
Okay. So my observation is that the issue is actually because we talked about the technical and material support which is not coming through. So we are having these dysfunctional CPAs because they've been there for years without doing anything. Now 10, 15 years later, when they get what they call recapitalization money from the recapitalization program, then they fight over those little resources because now there is money, everyone wants to be actively involved. And I think the other aspect that can assist that is that there should be more technical support coming from the Department of Agriculture, and also uh, trying to separate the CPA from the business so that one structure can report to the other, and the business can just be solely business, and people benefit equally from the business, and then the CPA focus on its functions as its initial stage of governance. Thank you.
Thank you. The last, I think, question I want to explore with you is contestation between land occupiers and land beneficiaries. This is also another area of that is coming through in our work, where there is increasing contestations between occupiers and land beneficiaries, and you find a lot of occupiers, telling us, we thought things will be better now that the people who now own the land, are people who look like us. But you find that the contestation and tensions still remain. Is that something that you are seeing in your work? And maybe how can these challenges be addressed? Because we are talking about the same people who belong to the same groupings that have experienced similar injustices, but still there are these tensions between them.
I'll only be brief. I think we need to disaggregate the bundle of rights. The reason I say that is that when people return to the farm, there are farm workers, farm dwellers who are black, who have made it possible for them to have something which is under production. And then where the tension comes is that the new landowners feel, having suffered an injustice, there's no way I will consolidate my powers and my rights with another group of people. But it's possible to disaggregate that better to safeguard against evictions, because black farm owners also want to call the red ants on their black farm workers that they find on the land. And for us to fight that inequality in a meaningful way, let us disaggregate. Let us have government at the table with us. Let us make sure that before we say they must be given an alternative land at all times, because they too are probably born there, we do give room to ventilate the concerns but disaggregate the rights. Mulatelo, feel free.
Yeah, I think the other element that actually fuel the land occupation, especially on because it's largely happening on the private land owned by CPAs, and we have seen it happening in areas like Mabungeni, Elim, where instigators are allegedly among them public servants and traditional leaders who have cut half of the land parcel given to Mabungeni for residential purposes. So I think the issue here, from what we have seen, land occupation is happening on the privately owned land, largely by CPAs and community trusts, and the owners' hands are tied because when they go to the state agencies and state institutions, they are told that you are a private owner, you can go and seek legal support elsewhere. So you are not in a position where we can support you.
All All right, no, thank you. That was my last question, but your answer, also gave rise to another question. You keep referring to the CPA and trust, and now there's a new terminology introduced to say your community trust. Because when you initially referred to trust, I assumed it was the private trust. So maybe if I can just get clarity, what are these communal trusts? Is that another vehicle that is available for land restitution purposes?
Indeed, it's another
Yes.
form of ownership. You can own under a CPA, you can own under a trust, you can own under a private company, but I think it's because the Department of Rural Development tends to prioritize CPAs. That's why it's
Okay.
more common because,
Yes.
yeah.
All right, maybe just, yeah, because I know in the work that I've done is almost exclusively with CPAs. That's why I was not sure they have another option. And maybe what are the differences between the CPAs and the communal trusts? And why will the one
Okay.
be preferred over the other in your view?
The trusts fall under the Department of Justice. So to make changes to your trust deed, your trustees, beneficiaries, all of that has to be done by the Master of the High Court. I'm sure commissioners and the public, you have seen the media articles. There are serious delays at the Master's office around the country. Whereas a CPA, the door you knock on is the department. There is the registrar, there's a CPA Act, meaning there's a specific legal direction for how the CPA will be administered, governed, and the support you can receive. The challenge is that government officials don't always explain to people the downside or the upside of the two vehicles. In some instances, people do return to the land under a CPA, but they do open a business that runs the entity that generates the income. And then they still say within their CPA constitution, what are the types of rights households can have? How far do they go? There's, the CPAs that talk about affiliated members. That says they've opened the door to people who can arrive on the farm, have no direct ties to history of the land, but they are permitted to reside there. So the two vehicles, if we look at them, do have some positives and negatives, but it would be beneficial for our Black people to be under CPAs because each time when they say the trustees have done this, they are turned now to the master's office, and it's a much more difficult legal process to get support or intervention. You definitely do need legal support to access the master's office and to change your trust deed.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Kwinana.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Mine is on the on what you suggested with regard to democratizing the CPAs in the rural areas, and what becomes problematic for me is that when you just think rural areas, you're already thinking democracy doesn't really exist in that space because it's the chief, it's the headman who are in control. Half the time, women are faced with a lot of challenges where they are not allowed to speak, and because that could be viewed as being disrespectful, or yeah, it's a lot of challenges. So I wanted you to just unpack this. How are you thinking that can be done or can be achieved in order to ensure that, there is meaningful participation for women and their voices are amplified even in that space, so that we can say for real there is democracy, and of course it does then amplify all the voices that needs to be amplified in that space.
Thanks so much, Commissioner Binan. I think when I mentioned democratizing, I would look at the government introducing a threshold for the minimum number of women who should be members and beneficiaries of a CPA. I think that there are many cases where the land was purchased by a group of men because at that time they were the only ones who would be recognized. And then as the years pass, you would find that a woman made all the financial contributions and her household to the purchase. But when it's time for the CPA or whichever vehicle, they are actually told as daughters or daughters in law that you have a lesser right. This is a man's territory. So to democratize, let's put in place some safeguards and thresholds. The way a traditional council has supposed to be properly constituted with 30% women, let a CPA as a vehicle or a trust have a minimum percentage of people who participate as women. That would help us also when our mothers leave one household for marriage to not be deprived of the rights where she was born. Because also when we claim, we're told that go back to your father's half of the family tree. That's where you'll get your land rights. I think another aspect that would help us to democratize is this practice where the land is restored, but there's a traditional leader. And the first thing they feel is that there's no CPA that's going to run on land where I am a leader. And then before you know it, the CPA is a parallel structure of a traditional authority. All the decisions that are made, when I mentioned the Bakubu, they live in the Molote area just outside like Boons, Mahalis. They come from a group where they are in Lieder outside Rustenburg. The CPA's decisions are subject to the royal family in Lieder. That tells you exactly ways that women would begin to get stripped of their rights. So at least let's safeguard the vehicle that people choose, put in some minimum thresholds. Also, youth participation. I mean, families are growing and expanding. Youngsters are sometimes chased out of the meeting and told, this is for olders, this is for the purchasers. And so I think these might be some ways that we can practically look at how do we then safeguard women's rights. And then a form of like a gender audit that the department could probably introduce around, so the women beneficiaries, how are they accessing the land? Because what's the benefit of you getting the land, but being told that you have to send your husband in your stead, or if there's going to be a decision on the farm, he'll speak for the household.
Yeah, now you remind me of something else. In Limpopo, where women are not allowed to go to the King's Crawl to ask for land, but their husband should. Now, already what it says is, if I'm single, then I can't even approach the crawl. But if my husband does, and at a later stage I decide to divorce him, which was a case in one matter, and then my name does not appear anywhere on that permit to occupy the land, and then I'm told that now that you've decided you are no longer part of this family, go back obviously to your father's crawl. And then you get to your father's crawl, your brother is the one now who owns the land. And again, you are disallowed. So again, it looks like we still have a lot of laws that we need to deal with. And I know these are some of the challenges that women face, but gender equality has been dealing with this, and I think they are still busy with their investigation on this. But from your perspective, how do you think we can, again, even in those instances, because then we find courts that recognize those laws, and I just forget the name of this particular area in Limpopo, where the court decided that the woman did not have the right to share in that particular property. And she walked away with nothing because it had been allocated to that particular family. Do you perhaps have an idea of how else can we deal with that? because you have already identified this, or this is something that maybe you can, at a later stage, speak to when maybe you make further submissions. Osepo?
Thank you so much. Commissioner, the other reality we've got is that our match courts, also our magistrates need the same training and awareness. There are constant developments happening. So, we as NGOs might be at the con court regularly, but for that to filter down to practice on the ground, what you find is that the people who are part of a case end up printing their own judgment and going to the police station or the traditional leader and say, here's the proof that I'm in the right. But imagine when they turn to a magistrate's court, and it's happened a few times, and their rights are actually stripped. And therefore, this emphasis on access to justice. But what does restorative justice look like? We want to transform our court system whilst we are transforming our society. There should be no mismatch. And the practices that we see some of the presiding officers might have in their personal view should never come out in their work view. Because at times there are those also tensions that come up to say, I don't understand why on earth would a person feel this right to speak up and to get their land back, and that means that even in polygamous households, women's matrimonial property rights are further impacted, right? Which wife are you? Do you understand the amendments that have come to the Recognition of Customary Marriages Act in the real world? And I think we have a serious duty, those of us in the social justice space, to also put out a correct narrative. A lot of important conversations happen on social media, but they're being held at a very surface level. So people are just screen grabbing and, making some social posts about something jazzy, but it has very far reaching implications to say, is the customary marriage before a white wedding a marriage? Is it, or is the white wedding, so we're getting incredible judgments out of the court. But on the ground, the lay person who's not in that world, like, I'm not a lawyer, so I have to ask our legal advisors, what does this mean? Practically, where to from here? And that means that when we're getting bite-sized parcels of information, we need to deepen the conversation. I'm hoping that this
Elsepo, you
upcoming
eating my
process,
time. Else-
Askisi, my apologies,
You know,
Commissioner.
Elsepo, now you've touched on another aspect. Hey, that's gonna get me going. You know how black people get married twice, and when the law does acknowledge customary marriage as well as civil marriage. And you'll be surprised that some of them, these are professionals and they could be in their room. And they would have gone into, for them to get married in terms of civil rights, they would have gone and done an anti-nuptial contract at a later stage, and they are faced with a big problem. But that's a story for another day, but you've also touched on it, and you can definitely maybe allude to it when you do your further submissions. I wanted to talk to trust. In fact, what you're saying is so real. Our master's office are inundated with a lot of work, whether it's estate, whether it's trust. And there was a time when under Minister Lamula, especially in Pretoria, they did a bit of a survey around corruption, and which was really showing its ugly head at that time. And I'm not sure whether it's no longer there, but what I know is people are still struggling with that. When you find those that have got Iscepeshana, the Lobola paper, would come into the master's office, and then the estates of their spouses are then registered. And then others do go there, and then they are told, no, in fact, go away. You don't have rights. Go firstly to Home Affairs. They get to Home Affairs. Some are registered. You don't know what they've done there in order for them to get that done. And then some are denied. And then they go to the High Court. And that's a tedious process on its own, very expensive. Those who can't afford lawyers, they might just, they'll be without those rights being recognized. And these would have been rights which would have allowed them to participate meaningfully in the economy of our country, but also to have access to the land that you have spoken to. But how do you hope we can, yes, maybe you can speak to that again in the supplement, because Commissioner Makwasho wants the mic now. So, but yeah, if you can please touch on that, on how can we then help to ensure there's also training even for these officials that are doing the work, whilst we also have the minister having now, um, he has done is it a directive where he says if you have not registered the lobolo by this date, it's no longer valid. Now you look at the law. What does the law say? Does the law agree to this? Another question. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Kunina. Please, there are several colleagues who are married in terms of two processes, but we need to have a discussion about that. Commissioner Ntuli?
Good afternoon, ARD, Tsepo, and Molatelo. Thank you so much for your very enlightening presentation this afternoon. We very much appreciate it. I have enjoyed your engagement with evidence leaders as well as with Commissioner Quinn, and I wish I could just sit and listen. Thank you so much for the work that you are doing. I have a few add-on questions. The first one relates to access to markets. Many of those who produce food in the rural landscape struggle to find access, or at least sustained access to markets. In terms of the work that you are doing, what accounts for these challenges? And in addition to that, what interventions do exist from the communities, from the existing governance structures, but also from government itself to intervene in ensuring sustained access to markets for rural communities?
Thanks so much, Commissioner Ntuli. I'd like to let Molatelo step in.
Thank you. Sorry for there is a background noise. I had to rush to pick up my kid at a crash. So, in terms of what we are doing, so there is we've got a number of local formations that we work with, that we collaborate with for alternative market, because the formal market is so restrictive and has got limitations for a farmer who is just emerging from Amutap, or who is just or who has been farming but at a very small scale. So they've got a lot of limitations that includes their health stuff, that their produce need to be checked by professionals and so forth. So what we have been trying now is alternative market, which is more informal. But over the years, we got support from the Polokwane municipality with people around to sort of do the what they call the market expos. So people bring their produce to a hall in Polokwane where workers just come and buy the produce from them.
Thank you for that. I noted as part of the commitments for supplementary submissions that you would be submitting more information on the alternatives to PTOs, the alternative recordal
Yes.
system. Are you able to also, in addition to that, just perhaps share with us written information on the alternative markets and the market expos, just to assist us in getting a better sense of some of the interventions that are emerging from the ground?
Indeed, we're happy to commit.
Thank you so much, Tsepo. Now, the next question that I have relates to evictions on communal land, and I would be interested to know the extent to which ESTA applies to evictions on communal land, and in addition to that, whether there are any appeal mechanisms in instances where traditional leaders evict people. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So we typically think of ESTA as applying on a commercial farm, whereas these villages in communal South Africa are actually owned by the state, whether a national, local, or provincial government. So we wouldn't have been applying ESTA to them. However, when it comes to access to graves, we do sometimes invoke the provisions of ESTA to say that where households are struggling to bury, ESTA provides you that protection. Now, looking at the appeal mechanism, typically you are evicted, sometimes in writing, but other times in practice, right? Because you're told that you haven't paid your levy for the plough fields, you have no right to keep using them, we are now going to allocate them to someone else. So there are appeal mechanisms if people turn to the traditional court. You know, alternative dispute resolution on the ground is already there. And some households say, I find that more accessible, affordable, and more representative of who I am. Meaning, I don't look at that forum as a place where there would be a guilty or a not guilty party. I look at that forum as a space where we'll ventilate issues, my neighbors will come with their inputs, and then there'll be a decision. And for now, because that's quite a voluntary practice that's happening, people are submitting themselves like that. Alternatively, people are escalating their dispute. If it's the Nduna, they go to the traditional leader. The traditional leader, they go to the traditional council. They then also escalate to the MEC's office. And there have been clear instances where traditional leaders, being chiefs, have come back and said, we had no idea that the Nduna in this and this and this village had been carrying out these practices in my name. I could have never agreed to such. And that also then speaks to what do we think is the role of traditional leaders to administer the customs in as much as they administer land, not to be the landowners, because that's where the abuse and the, you know, the spread of power that keeps, creeping in is. But also with the evictions, at times they are, like Mulatilo says, quite violent. They demolish your property, remove your fence, and you go to SAPS and you say, I want to claim for malicious damage. What does SAPS tell you? Oh, do you have a witness? So in a way, rural people are being turned into officials to learn different laws all the time just to exist.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that response. Now I'd like to move to KZN.
Come in, Commissioner. I think the other hindrance to people winning through those appeal mechanism is the reasons that are put forward for people to be evicted. So in terms of people living on farms, the farmer will that the person that is being evicted poses threat to either the wild animals because they are hunting.
Molatelo, we are losing you. Molatelo,
are being forced at most is far.
Molatelo, if you are able to hear me, we are.
So I was saying the
Tsepo, are you able to perhaps assist us in ensuring that Molatelo is able to note his connectivity challenges?
I will indeed alert him and ask him if it's possible to send in supplementary information.
We would most appreciate that. Thank you so much. In the interest of time, I will then move to my last question, uh, which moves us to KZN. I noted in your submission that you conduct a lot of your research in KwaZulu-Natal, and one cannot speak about the rural landscape in KwaZulu-Natal without invoking the Ingonyama Trust and the Ingonyama Trust Board. The panel would be interested to know the extent to which you would have been involved in the residential leases case, and we would be interested to know that information given the extent of agricultural land under the Ingonyama Trust. And given the extent of agricultural land under the Ingonyama Trust, we would be interested to know how the precarious tenure system that you have spoken to affects the ability of rural households under the Ingonyama Trust to be able to grow their own food, and whether you have noticed in your own research any changes from the residential lease system to then the post-residential lease system. I hope my question is clear.
Indeed. Thanks, Commissioner Nduli. Some of our key observations from work on the ground is that when communities first resisted the lease practice, there had been a long onslaught of them to say that you don't respect the king. How dare you refuse to adhere to this change? But the people who spoke up was KSAC, Rural Women's Movement, and several households for KwaZulu-Natal. They resisted and were brave enough when many, many thousands kept quiet because they said, this is mine. I was born here, I will live here, and my children will live here. And for like eternity, this is where I come from, where I belong. Now, what has happened since the 2021 judgment is that the ITB was ordered to issue the refunds. We only learned in around July, August of 2025 that that process started. As we speak, the applicants are still waiting their refunds. We are also aware of today's media reports, though we haven't been able to engage meaningfully. What does it mean when the duty of the board, which is oversight, is then dissolved, disbanded, demolished? What happens in the interim then, right? And what does it look like for people on the ground who are waiting their refunds? So life before the introduction of the leases was not idyllic because, you know, rural life has always got contestations. But people were clear that a PTO means I exist, I'm known. But now a lease introduced the yearly payment. And then it said, for as long as I have money, I am known. And then there was a terrible overlap where some households had to seek loans in order to work the land, and they turned to Itala Bank. Now, without getting into everything, there was an overplay. And when we engaged the ITB officials, which we did last year in October in Durban, with applicants and other KwaZulu residents, we shared with them the frustrations people are saying. First question, are they going to be refunded with interest? And the ITB said they don't think so. They'll have to, refer to management. Second question, which accounts are being used? Because over the years, from 2007 to 2021, for 14 years, people are making payments to different accounts. It's not a singular account that people paid their lease money to. Now, looking out of that at the agricultural land, of course, it's millions of hectares. But for the households that are practicing the backyard farming, it's critical for them to have secure tenure. The precarious nature of what happens around the country is always amplified for KwaZulu because some of the actual laws have a clear notification at the bottom that this does not apply to the ITB land. And what that means is, in some respect, we have a second South Africa. The existence of the trust. It's well known, the act, the reason. But what has happened for at least 30 years is that we have allowed a unique situation to become normal, to the extent now that other traditional leaders look and say, if KwaZulu can have its own act and it can be operating separately, why not any other kingship or queenship around the country? And that means that the sameness we think about the uniform land governance system is not going to be feasible for as long as there are these pockets of exceptionalism. But for the households, I think it becomes even harder because, excuse me, who gets consulted is no longer just your traditional leaders, it's not just traditional council, Inkosi, Induna. You then also have the Ingonyama Trust Board. So what it means is that there are instances where the traditional leader, as Inkosi says, I oppose mining in this area, but they don't necessarily have the final say. And so that's because of the existence of an ITB. It's not a question of challenging the king's authority. It's actually saying this unique law for so many years has been in practice, and that practice begins to keep stripping away rights in a very specific way in KZN. Very recently, there were remarks saying that the entire ITB board would be comprised of traditional leaders. That scares a rural person. A rural woman gets scared when she thinks that. She thinks the ordinary interaction I have with my traditional leader is tense and some of my rights are deprived. What more when they sit on the board, which has the final oversight of, all the land under the ITB? And then also certainly the benefits, because you can look on the website and it does bring benefits down to the communities. But if we're thinking of agricultural households, that's another place that we would think of farming support, extension support to come from, because it means that the trust is generating an income. So it could, in fact, sometimes step in. We're not looking to minimize the state's role, and we're not saying that the department should step back, but there is an income stream, and if it could be used to support those farming households.
Thank you so much, Tsepo. Could we kindly request, as part of your supplementary submissions, that you also furnish us with any reports, with any further information that you may have with your experiences with the Ingonyama Trust and the Ingonyama Trust Board, and your analysis of the interface between the specific and the unique tenure system that is reserved for persons under the Ingonyama Trust, that interface with the right to food and food security and insecurity. Now, moving to the last question, I had two, but I'll shrink it to one in the interest of time. You have spoken about a backyard, so-called backyard farming or backyard farmers. Much has been said over the past few days of this inquiry around dependence and culture. Dependence mainly of rural, and I'm speaking with regards to rural communities, dependence of rural communities on the state, and a culture that has transitioned over the years as a result of the impact of the colonial encounter. We had an engagement with the Federation of South African Trade Unions yesterday or the day before, where we also engaged on the impact of the migrant labor system on a culture, particularly amongst rural communities, of growing food. So prior to the migrant labor system, for example, rural communities in particular had a specific relationship with land, where many families and communities did not depend on the state. It was innate to the cultural practices that each family had a system through which they were able to grow food, to be able to feed themselves, and as a result to be able to be independent. And the migrant labor system shifted those practices. Now, when one engages the rural communities and the rural landscape, one is able to see the impacts as they express themselves today. There are many communities and many families who do have land, who do have access to arable, fertile land, but who still go to bed hungry. And some may say it's culture that accounts for the inability to use the land to grow food. The question I would have for you is, to what extent does your work engage with the cultural aspect of food insecurity, as particularly as a result of the colonial encounter?
Thanks so much, Commissioner Nduti. Indeed, the direct effects of that encounter are seen in areas where the land is under mining, for an example. What were arable plough fields were taken over by the mine. That led to people's being removed. What that then means is that the households that did subsist on the land are now put in places where they have very little access to arable land. I mean, it is an irony to say Black people were moved into the Bantustans unless it was discovered that that was mineral-rich land. Then they were further, having their rights encroached on. But what I would say is that the people in rural spaces we work with are in fact using what they can with what they have. Where there are serious gaps and challenges is obviously the markets, and that's why alternative markets counts. But when you meet a woman and you see that she has been able to harvest off of less than 1 hectare and it has sustained her for years and years, you then understand that the access meets with the willingness. But I think there's also a generational gap. I don't want to pretend that the bulk of who we work with are elders. Young people just haven't immediately seen the land as a key tool and a resource. So there would also be these tensions in households or communities where elders who lived and grew up on the land will always work it, or admittedly impacted by resources and means. But younger generations, you'd find a woman saying, I have to end the meeting now because I wonder if that son of mine is even doing anything. Then we'd walk to her homestead and he was sleeping. And I say, no, he was just tired. But it really just speaks to the reality. There is a very different appreciation for land in different generations. I think also because of that huge challenges of youth unemployment, what you also find is that there's a perception that there's a stigma, ironically, that to farm is for a poor person, whereas elders know that that's your wealth, that's your inheritance, that's your title deed, that's your pension fund, because without that, you have nothing more. Being banked or not being banked doesn't matter in some contexts because people are saying, I have the land. But what I would say is that there has been certainly this culture of dependency, and it is difficult to shake it immediately. But that's why intergenerational work, learning is also important, because through that, I think young entrants into farming will have better examples of their peers and also of elders who've managed to succeed. Thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you so much, Tsepo. I thought it was my last question, but you have invoked a further follow-up question, and the chairperson has been gracious enough to allow me 2 seconds to ask. I'm interested in the differentiation between, and this is in line with this idea of culture and how we view land. The idea of farming for market and farming as culture for sustenance. I'm hearing a lot in the manner in which we articulate our assessment of the problem of hunger and the right to food as associated with farming for market. And I'm interested to know from your own experience whether there is a distinction that is being made by some communities between farming for market and just farming because I want to sustain my family, and that being a culture of a relationship between the family and the land. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Indeed, there are many households that we deal with who actually farm also a mix of seeds, right? So that's why food sovereignty really matters, is that given the opportunity, people are storing their seed, doing seed exchanges all the time, just as neighbors. Women are saying, here's this, give me that. But added to that, people are also turning to their indigenous foods. So given the opportunity, given the tenure security, households would farm in line with cultural practices, saying that there's nothing shameful about farming. Because when you ask people about quote unquote good old days, they'll always tell you what it felt like to milk the cow, the first taste of cream, to do all these different things. That means you're completely in tune with the land. I think that certainly this commodification of land, this looking at a piece of land as only having a market value is also very dangerous, because what that ends up doing is when there is going to be a conflict or a tension, the assumption being made by elites and big business and sometimes state officials is that you're against development. Whereas what people are saying is, I am against you taking what belongs to me that serves my body, my spirit, my household, my health. I am opposed to you doing that, not I am opposed to development. So as long as we keep framing development as though it's buying at the supermarket, getting the takeouts, we're going to keep seeing these tensions. But households are resisting, and they do that by saying, this is our land and we're going to fight for it. And that's why they even make decisions like, well, I'm no longer able to farm, but I'll let my grandchild or my cousin take over the farming on the, the plow fields. And that points to a willingness and a commitment to preserving the land. So I think we also have a duty to shift the narrative and saying, what is production? Is it about the scale? Is it about the quality? What are we asking? But when you finish, when you visit homes and you see people's storage, it's just that they don't have the money for a granary, but they still have their maize, they still have their seeds, they still have their beans stored from the winter. They are quite future looking and future thinking about how the land serves them. And right now, at a time when we've seen the floods across the country, it's the rural farmers, the rural households that are saying, we wish there could be support because we're worried about the next harvest. We're scared. What will that mean for us on the ground? Thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you so much, Tepo and Mulatelo. I think that due to time constraints, you're touching a lot of conversations around, communal property, land, farming, the role of traditional leaders, and the relationship between Dintona, head woman, as well as the Hoshi. And I also wanted to perhaps have that conversation that in the Limpopo province, we are seeing an increase in female leaders, and whether we are able to see the difference they bring, where women are not allowed to go to Horong. And even if they're allowed in that space, they then have to speak through an intermediary who's always a male elder. But I will pause here because we could have this conversation on length and how land in Limpopo is used and how those who are living in Polokwane are slowly moving into rural communities because of how inexpensive land is. But I'll pause here because we could take so much time having this conversation and unpacking it, but then also linking it to the inquiry, food systems, and how do we then secure the right to food and food security in South Africa. I'll ask you to make further submissions in terms of the increase of female senior traditional leaders and whether there is a visible impact. Is there a feminist agenda in the conversations? Go to Horong. And then perhaps also then in terms of your supplementary submissions, the conversation you're having with Commissioner Ntuli in terms of the Ingonyama Trust, and and the conversation around residential leases and the reports and any documents in terms of your observations around that. But I'd also like to perhaps ask you, because you of the work you do, the very unique work you do, and the fact that you're able to have a comparative study between Limpopo and other similar provinces, as well as KZN, which has the Ingonyama Trust, and how it works. Whether, if we were to perhaps apply the best practice policy, how would we do so? Looking at the comparative study that you would provide us. Tsepo, we could listen to you until the chickens come home. But thank you so much for your submissions, and thank Mulatalo in his absence. I heard him saying that the last thing he did was go pick up his child from preschool. And we learned yesterday that through persistent pester power that parents often give to the demands of their children, and we hope that there was no pester power in this process. So thank you so much. You are excused. You may proceed to join us online and listen to these submissions from other stakeholders. Colleagues, it is,
Thank you, Commissioners.
thank you. It is 20 past 4. Kenneth, can I check, is the Minister of Agriculture here? If we can accompany him in. 5-minute comfort break, okay.
One, two.
Colleagues, just a small adjustment to the agenda. I had announced that we are going to have the Minister of Agriculture afterwards, but we have asked for the Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform who are joining us online. I just want to check if the colleagues from the Office of the Minister or the Minister from Rural Development and Land Reform can just switch on their cameras. Okay. Can you just notify them when they join just to switch on their camera as well as mic? Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. Is it still afternoon? Yes. Good afternoon, colleagues. We are now proceeding to the Minister of Agriculture. Just for introductions, Minister, good afternoon to yourself as well as your team. I would like to just to introduce the team that you're coming with, and then thereafter we will go into the swearing in and the affirmation process. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm joined by the Director General of the Department of Agriculture, DG Ramasodi, as well as our DDG for food security. And I'm also joined by Mr. Jonathan Madzunga, who heads up our Act 36 process. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I just want to understand in terms of the presentation, will you be making the presentation or will you be making introductory remarks and then hand over to your DG?
Thank you very much. I'll be making an oral submission and then we'll open up for questions.
Thank you so much. And in terms of the question processes, then your respective department officials will also assist you in answering the
Correct.
questions. Are correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
We've also made a very substantive written submission, which I hope
We've
you have as
received
well.
that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank
Minister, just for the swearing in process, I'll ask you to stand. May you use the mic? Full names for the record.
John Henry Steenhuisen.
Minister, will you be taking the oath or the affirmation?
I'll take the oath.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, nothing but the truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. You can hand over to the next official.
Robert Mokisa Ramasodi,
So we'll be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation.
oath.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. Next official.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Full names for the record.
Maluta Jonathan Muzunga,
So will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
the oath,
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
that's correct.
Do you say that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
Help me God.
Thank you.
Lebogang Olga Butsileng,
Ma'am, will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
oath.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you say that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Minister, and your team.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Commissioner, distinguished participants, and of course my colleagues from the Department of Agriculture. Thank you very much for the opportunity today to make this oral submission, and we welcome the opportunity to contribute to this important inquiry into South Africa's food system. At the outset, I think it's important to frame the discussion within the constitutional architecture that governs the right to food in South Africa. Section 27 of the Constitution places an obligation on the state as a whole, not on any single department, to progressively realize the right of access to sufficient food. This is a shared, cross-cutting, and whole-of-government responsibility implemented through the distinct mandates of multiple departments. In that context, the Department of Agriculture's role is specific and clearly defined. Our mandate is centered on the production dimension of food security, ensuring that agricultural systems remain productive, resilient, and capable of supplying food to the country. This includes supporting farmers, safeguarding plant and animal health, regulating agricultural inputs, and facilitating functional agricultural markets and value chains. It's equally important to clarify what falls outside of this mandate. The determinants of whether households are able to access food, including income support, nutrition programs, and public health interventions, are primarily the responsibilities of other departments. Social protection measures sit with the social development, school nutrition programs with basic education, and public health and dietary outcomes with the Department of Health. This delineation is not accidental. It reflects how government is structured to address the different dimensions of food security. Against this backdrop, one of the core questions raised by the Commission relates to the persistence of hunger and malnutrition despite South Africa's agricultural capacity. The evidence indicates that South Africa is, at a national level, broadly food secure. The country consistently produces, and where necessary, imports sufficient food to meet aggregate demand. The challenge, therefore, as we see it, is not one of national food availability, but on household level access. And that is shaped by poverty, unemployment, and income inequality within a market-based system. This distinction, I believe, is critical because it doesn't diminish the seriousness of hunger, but it does clarify where some of the underlying drivers lie and therefore where the policy levers sit. Within its mandate, the Department of Agriculture contributes to food security in several concrete ways. We support producers across the value chain, from subsistence producers all the way up to commercial and mega farm levels. Through programs such as the CASP and Elima Letsema, we focus on improving production capacity, access to inputs, and of course to the technical support. We are strengthening extension services, including through the planned deployment now of additional extension officers, as committed by President Ramaphosa during this year's SONA, to ensure that farmers have the knowledge and support required to improve both productivity but also resilience. And this is particularly important in an era of climate change and the huge fluctuations that we are experiencing in the country as a result of that. We're also actively working to strengthen agricultural value chains and market access, recognizing that production alone is not sufficient if producers are not able to participate meaningfully in markets. Initiatives linked to the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan are focused on improving the coordination across the entire value chain, addressing infrastructure constraints, as well as expanding opportunities for emerging farmers to have access to those value chains. A further critical area is biosecurity, and the department is prioritizing stronger surveillance systems, improved disease response capacity, and expanded vaccine capability to protect the national herd and at the same time safeguard agricultural production. The rebuilding of our biosecurity infrastructure in the country are not only essential for the sustainability of the sector, but also for the maintenance of a stable food supply within South Africa. At the same time, we recognize that agricultural production systems operate within a far broader set of constraints. These include infrastructure limitations, climate variability, access to finance, and perhaps most importantly for today's discussion, the rising cost of inputs, which remain one of the significant drivers of the widening gap between production costs and farm returns. Almost all of the ingredients used in agricultural production inputs in South Africa are imported. And this means that local producers, whether they are small or large, are directly exposed to the fluctuations in global commodity prices and movements in the rand-dollar exchange rate. These dynamics place significant pressure on farm margins, and current forecasts with the outbreak of conflict now in the Middle East suggest that this pressure is only likely to intensify. Fertilizer alone, a large part of which comes through the area of conflict currently in the Middle East and the area of conflict currently in Russia and Ukraine, comprises between 35 and 50% of any farmer's production costs, depending, of course, on the production region. And this obviously has a direct impact on overall viability. Over the past 3 years, global fertilizer markets have come under significant strain, particularly to the disruptions in supply chains linked to geopolitical developments. This has resulted in a sharp increase of fertilizer prices that are being felt directly at farm level, but are also then being passed up the chain. In the Northwest Province, for example, fertilizer costs for maize production range from approximately 3,300 Rand per hectare for lower yield targets to nearly 6,900 Rand per hectare for high yields, while in parts of the Eastern Free State, these costs can reach as high as 8,900 Rand per hectare. South Africa imports more than 80% of its fertilizer requirements, which further amplifies this exposure and the cost driving. Insurance risk premiums for vessels using the current routes in the Strait of Hormuz have increased sharply in recent weeks, rising from approximately 0.25% to around 1% of cargo value. This escalation is expected to translate directly into higher transport costs, which will inevitably filter through the value chain to producers and, of course, ultimately consumers. At the same time, the global oil supply dynamics are placing upward pressure on fuel costs, and current projections indicate that the diesel price may increase by approximately 7.50 Rand per litre from April 2026, and that's obviously compounded by the weakness in the rand. Given that fuel, particularly diesel, accounts for between 12% and 18% of production costs, increases of this magnitude will have a direct and immediate impact on farming operations. Producers across the sector, including our winter grain farmers preparing for planting and our summer grain producers entering the harvest period, are therefore most likely to experience additional cost pressures. Taken together, these structural factors significantly affect producers' ability to operate efficiently and expand production, particularly for smallholder farmers. Addressing these constraints will obviously require coordinated actions across multiple departments and spheres of government. In this regard, coordination mechanisms do exist. The National Food, Nutrition and Security Plan, as well as platforms such as the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan, provide frameworks for aligning efforts across government, but most importantly also with sectors and industry. However, it must be acknowledged that the multi-institutional nature of food systems inherently requires ongoing coordination rather than a single point of control. At the international level, South Africa has also contributed to advancing the global food security agenda through our leadership during the G20 presidency. At South Africa's initiative, the G20 Food Security Task Force was established to strengthen international cooperation in addressing global food system risks, culminating ultimately in the adoption of the G20 Ministerial Declaration and the Ubuntu approaches on food security and nutrition in Cape Town in September 2025. Drawing on the African principle of Ubuntu, namely I am because you are, this framework recognizes the interdependence of societies in addressing global hunger and food system instability and promotes more resilient and inclusive food systems, diversified sources of supply, transparent markets, and of course more coordinated responses to food price volatility. This process positions South Africa as a constructive contributor to global efforts aimed at strengthening food resilience, with a clear emphasis on the importance of stable agricultural production, fair and predictable trade, and sustained investment in agricultural productivity and supply chains. Additionally, the work that we do as a department within the African infrastructure, most notably CADAP, focuses on developing continental responses to things like the increasing price of input costs, particularly on fertilizer. Chairperson, I think it's also important to address the issue of accountability in a manner that is both accurate and constructive. The Department of Agriculture is accountable for the effective execution of its mandate, namely to support agricultural production systems and ensure a stable food supply. And we continue to support and strengthen our performance in this regard through improved policy alignment, enhanced monitoring and evaluation, and more targeted support towards producers. At the same time, outcomes relating to food household access are shaped by a broader set of socio-economic factors and policy interventions that extend far beyond the agricultural domain. And any assessment of progress in realizing the right to food must take into account this full institutional landscape. Chairperson, if I may emphasize one point in closing, the effectiveness of South Africa's food system depends on the alignment of multiple policy instruments across government. Our department's contribution is to ensure that the country continues to produce and supply food reliably and sustainably. That contribution is necessary, but it is not on its own sufficient to resolve the broader socio-economic drivers of food insecurity. And those drivers, as I said at the beginning, require a whole of government response. In closing, Chairperson, the department remains committed to playing its role in strengthening South Africa's food system. This includes supporting a productive and resilient agriculture sector, expanding participation in value chains, and contributing to a stable and reliable national food supply. We welcome the work of the Commission in examining these issues, and we obviously look forward to continued engagement on how best to strengthen coordination across government and society to address the complex and multidimensional challenge of food security with which this committee is engaged. Thank you very much for the opportunity to make that submission.
Thank you so much to our evidence leaders.
Thank you so much, Chairperson of the panel. Good afternoon, Minister, as well as your team. A few questions from my side, and Minister, yes, indeed, we have received your lengthy submission, and we really thank your office also for providing us with this information. And I will also be basing my questions directly on the submissions that you have made. Minister, and also just to request perhaps from your side, will you be answering these questions, or will you be handing over to your colleagues for responses?
Through you, Chairperson, obviously I will respond where I'm able, but I have got three really big experts in the agriculture fields and their areas of expertise, and so where appropriate I will hand over to them to deal with that.
Noted. Thank you so much, Minister. My first set of questions, as I've indicated, I'm going to directly take it from the submissions that we have received from the department. And it reflects paragraph 2.4.1 from your submissions. Your paragraph indicates that the regulation of highly hazardous pesticides on which the Commission asked a submission on falls within the statutory mandate of your department in terms of the Fertilizers, Farm Feeds, Agricultural Remedies and Stock Remedies Act of 1947. Now I'm going to pause right there because I think this is a good place for us to enter this discussion. The legislation, as I've outlined, comes from 1947. So my first question I would like to pose to you, Minister, as well as your team, is the age of this legislation. As we note, I would almost want to posit it predates even climate change discussions and a lot of the pertinent issues we are faced with as a country at present. Is there any process that is being undertaken by the department to update this legislation? And perhaps where are we in that process currently? Thank you.
Through you, Chairperson, yes, Act 36 and a variety of other pieces of legislation are currently under review. Act 36 happens to be a very good act, and it has wide support in the sector. But obviously, like any piece of legislation, it needs to keep track with the times. And it, like several other pieces of legislation, are currently under review by the department.
Thank you so much, Minister. Is there an indication to the Commission where in the process of this review the department currently sits?
It is very much in the initial phases. It's one of the issues I identified when I came in as Minister 19 months ago. I made the announcement in my budget speech that we would be looking at Act 36 and a variety of other pieces of legislation to ensure that the legislative environment that we have governing agriculture in the country is fit for purpose and up to date. There are several other pieces of legislation as well, including the subdivision of agricultural land, issues relating to agricultural processes, brandings, all of those things that need to be updated because technology moves very quickly in the agricultural space, and it's obviously important to make sure that we keep up with the trends.
Thank you so much.
Apologies before you come in. I've noted that the sign language practitioners are asking to be excused at 5 o'clock. I'd like to just apologize to our stakeholders in the deaf community. When we lose our sign language practitioners, we will continue to ensure that tomorrow they're able to follow the proceedings. But at this moment, we're losing our sign language practitioners. Thank you.
Noted, Chairperson. Thank you so much, Minister. I'm going to continue also then to reflect where you've indicated that in terms of this legislation, and we note that this legislation is in the initial phases of being reviewed, although you identified it 18 months ago as one of the pieces that needed an update. All agricultural remedies, including pesticides, must be registered by the registrar before they may be imported, manufactured, sold, or used in the country. And I'm hopeful and thankful to hear that I think we've got the registrar here with us today. Because my next question pertains to this registration process. In your submission, you've indicated that the process involves a scientific evaluation. Can we request from the department just to take us through what that scientific evaluation would look like in respect of the registrar's process?
Thank you. The department does have a regulatory framework which is in form of that applicant need to put scientific data in respect to safety issues, to efficacy data, and also then the efficacy data. And that data is generated by the applicant, and that is the practice that is followed all over the world. And that data then get evaluated per standard that have been set aside for such product. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much, Registrar. So am I correct in saying the data is provided by the applicant, who would be a business sector or a member of an organization, and the data is not independent in the sense that it's produced either from the or verified from the department side?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Thank you for that. Again, we're saying in your own submission you make reference to credible scientific evidence, and can I then be assisted again, Registrar? Is this the credible scientific evidence that you have referenced, that it's in fact evidence that is provided by the applicants themselves?
That's correct.
Thank you so much. Then my next question takes me to the provision from your submission that indicates that a particular, where credible scientific evidence in fact indicates that a particular active ingredient presents, and I want to very clearly state and emphasize the next words, unacceptable risks to human health, agricultural workers, consumers, or the environment. The next sentence takes us to the registrar may impose restrictions. Perhaps through you, Minister, then my next question is, in what circumstances would unacceptable risks to human health not have a clear obligation to restrict, and instead provides the registrar with a may impose obligation.
Thank you very much. Obviously, there is a process, and we are also signatories to a number of international organizations where international best practice is followed. And generally, when we get alerts and information around or scientific evidence around highly hazardous pesticides, we obviously move to ban them. We'd obviously have to be led by the science on this, and generally it is when scientific evidence emerges around the unacceptable risk to human health that we would do so. We have banned a number of substances already, and it's an ongoing process, and we continue to monitor. And where we receive scientific information, we move to remove those products or to restrict them further. A very good example was most recently the case of turbifos, which had been identified in the Naledi poisonings, and Cabinet has moved to instruct us to ban turbifos, and that is currently being done.
Thank you so much, Minister. I think I wanted to allow the process to unfold first before I went to my next line of questioning, but you have indicated that you would be notified of adverse reactions or scientific notifications. Who notifies the department of these hazardous effects and concerns?
Thank you. The notification either come from the international community, where we get notified through the Department of Environment, Forestry and Fisheries. So there is an official process where we get notified of concern of any product that have been identified at a global level. So there is a formal structure where the department does receive notification. The other notification could come from the South African public. For example, in a case when we had handicap challenges, where we begin to receive incidents associated with handicap, where handicap either was being used to commit suicide, or where it was just being used in a way that we no longer confident that it could be used safely, and then we ban them. So equally so even with turbifos, when we began to receive notification from the public, we then began our process of the review. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much. Perhaps on that, and because we're speaking about notification, Registrar, can you perhaps assist the panel of the Commission in this inquiry with your understanding of who CropLife South Africa is?
CropLife is an association that represent members who produced or companies that produce both synthetic pesticides and biological pesticides.
And your relationship with CropLife, the department's official relationship with CropLife?
We do have a relationship in a form that this is the sector that we regulate. So we have a relationship where we agree on terms on how we would then be regulating them, and other aspects that may involve the chemicals that they produce or sell in this country.
Okay, thank you. Why I'm asking this is because CropLife South Africa itself indicates that They act as a liaison between the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development and the plant science industry, so as to ensure compliance with and enforcement of the Act number 36 of 1947. Would that be an accurate description of your relationship with CropLife South Africa?
That's not correct, Commissioner. They are a stakeholder. We do have many different stakeholders that we engage on different levels.
Thank you. That is absolutely noted. Perhaps let me follow up then. The same organization has published the following: a protocol for pesticide adverse reaction incident reporting. And I think this is what you've led evidence on how do you come about on incidents of pesticides. And that is why I'm asking you the following. The protocol that they've published for their members indicates as follows. This protocol outlines the protocol that will be followed by CropLife South Africa to record any pesticide adverse reaction incidents, collate such information to establish whether any trends develop, and provide a quarterly report to the registrar of the Fertilizers, Farm Feeds, Agricultural Remedies and Stocks Remedies Act. And then it goes to list. Then it says protocol for submission. And then I want to move to the following. Protocol for data management. CropLife South Africa shall collate data from reports and analyze data. They will establish whether there are any trends with specific active ingredients. Should any trends emerge from their analysis, CropLife will draft special reports with possible reasons for such trends and recommend mitigation measures to the registrar. CropLife SA will also engage registration holders and active ingredients that show up in trends to develop mitigation. And this is perhaps where I want to pause a little bit. CropLife South Africa will submit a general report to this registrar of Act number 36 on a quarterly basis with specific report as mentioned under paragraph A, and it says the data and reports shall not be made public by any parties unless agreed upon by both the registrar and CropLife South Africa. So, according to your earlier submission, are you aware of this agreement that CropLife has, that incident reports will not be made public unless you yourself and them agree, both parties, to make them public?
Commissioner, we are not aware of such protocols. I've been in the office of the registrar for the last 25 years. CropLife have never notified us of issues related to that.
And you also do not receive the quarterly reports?
No.
Your earlier submission, however, did indicate that scientific assessments are member submissions. Would these be the same members that are affiliated with CropLife?
That's correct.
Thank you so much. I want to then go back to your earlier submission, or your earlier, and we'll go back to the text of your written submissions to the department, to the commission. Registrar, and through you, Minister, perhaps, what is the capacity of your office in order to assess and assist these processes?
The capacity has been whittled away, like most government departments, after several years of budget constraints. However, it is one of the matters that we set about to address through a number of interventions. One, moving parts of the system onto an online application system that would remove the human requirement to move files physically when doing assessments. The department has also recently advertised for a variety of posts and intend in a very short period of time to appoint 28 individuals with the necessary scientific experience to assist in expediting these processes. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much, Minister. Through you, Chairperson, I want to then move to your submission on phased reduction of highly hazardous pesticides. The department has submitted to this inquiry that the department periodically reviews registered agricultural remedies to ensure that they continue to meet established safety and environmental standards. May I request, Minister, how that periodical review, how often is that review undertaken?
Do you want-
Thank you. In terms of the review, we do not have the standard review process like in the EU, where each year they review after 10 years they review number of products based on the criteria that they set. In our case, we review based on the notification that we received, and we then make a decision on the basis of notification that we receive, either internationally or any notification that we may get in the country. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much. So am I correct then that this is perhaps a little bit misleading from the department? Because my understanding from your submission is that the reviews will take place upon notification and that it is not proactive.
It is correct that it is not proactive.
Thank you so much. Then, Minister, just to reflect back, your submission, to quote the submission, and also what you have told the Commission here today, is that recent measures include the Cabinet-approved prohibition of turbivos in 2025 due to its high acute toxicity. Minister, you indicated that it was a Cabinet-approved prohibition. Can you perhaps assist the panel to better understand why Cabinet had to be involved in prohibiting turbivos, which was a substance that has been known to be dangerous for quite some time?
Because an interministerial committee was formed of a variety of departments after the poisoning incidents that occurred in the Gauteng province. That interministerial committee comprised the Departments of Health, Department of Agriculture, Department of Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs, Department of Small Business Development, and one or two others. That interministerial committee reported back into Cabinet, and one of the recommendations was the banning of turbifos, which we were obviously the department that had to take the lead on.
Thank you, Minister. But not only were you the department that had to take the lead, you were the department who's responsible for the substance. So my submission to you, and I would love to have your comment on that, would be that, in fact, the department failed and Cabinet had to intervene in order for turbifos to be prohibited, because the competency falls directly within the department. May I have your comment on that?
No, I disagree with that. There was a process. Turbifos has been, for a long time, a very necessary product in order to ensure food security in South Africa, particularly in the grain and particularly in the potato sector, both of which form the staple food for the dietary requirements of the majority of South African citizens. Removing a product without an alternative obviously puts the production of food at risk. And so there was no move to remove turbifos, but after the IMC had indicated, and there was evidence then led around how turbifos was getting into the country, and the abuse of turbifos, that the decision was taken to ban it, which we then effected.
Yes, the decision was taken by Cabinet and not necessarily the registrar, who has the competency in line with the Act. Minister, but that just, you have mentioned this now, and you have offered that evidence, that no alternatives were available and that it threatened food security. Are you aware that other SADC countries had already banned turbifos, who would have the same climate zone, crop types as South Africa?
Yes, we were aware, but no two countries are the same, and it's impossible to do a comparison. There are pests that are relevant to South Africa that don't affect some of our neighbors. They have certain pests that affect them that don't necessarily apply here. So the practice is to examine the circumstances of each particular country and adapt your methods to deal with it accordingly.
So there's no alignment with the other 13 SADC countries that you would submit would have banned a substance that has also been banned in many European countries?
No, there wasn't.
Thank you so much. I think that would take me to and perhaps, Prof, I need to hand that over to you. We've mentioned the scientific assessment and the fact that there might be difficulty in capacity, and we acknowledge that, Minister, that the government departments are hamstrung in terms of the fiscus as well. After the Monsanto judgment, where the judgment basically said that your government or your department accepted claims at industry face value. And we have discussed now this afternoon as well, where industry face value scientific research is provided to the registrar for assessment as well. And in line with the capacity constraints that you have provided the panel today to consider, has the department been able to put measures in place after the Monsanto judgment to better assist the assessment of these submissions?
Yes, as I've already indicated, when I became Minister, we set about interacting with the registrar to understand where the constraints were and to make sure that as a department we could provide budget to address some of those. First intervention was obviously moving some of that system online to reduce some of the administrative burden and to bring greater efficiency in terms of that. And as I said, we are on the process of appointing 28 qualified scientific advisors to be able to assist us in the process.
And can I add to that job description also independent, and they will be serving under the department's mandate and not as consultants?
Thank you. The consultants are drawn from universities, agricultural research institution, but also consultants. These are people that we have been working with for a number of years. But Commission, I also want to add on the earlier question around Monsanto judgment, the USA judgment. That relates to the issue of glyphosate. And we, together with the rest of the world, have looked at the risk profile associated with glyphosate. And I can say that the glyphosate is one of the safest products that is registered all over the world. And there are no countries that we are aware of where, in fact, based on the International Research Cancer Association, which is within the WHO, that have in fact banned glyphosate. And glyphosate continue to be used or registered all over the world. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much, Registrar. I think my question more pertained not necessarily regarding the merit of the ban, but the process followed internally as set out and confirmed by the Supreme Court of Appeal. But thank you for that additional assistance. I think through you, Chairperson, I'm going to hand over to the next evidence leader. Thank you so much, Minister, as well as your team.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Minister and colleagues from the department. I want to ask you some questions around policy and governance issues that are addressed in your submission, and then a few questions around support for small farmers. And then if there's time, come back to some of these issues around agricultural inputs and specifically highly hazardous pesticides. First question, in section 2.9 of your submission, you refer to the National Food and Nutrition Security Plan of 2018 to 2023. That plan lapsed 3 years ago, exactly 3 years ago, in March 2023. What has the Department of Agriculture done to address the ongoing deterioration of food security and nutrition indicators in South Africa, such as under 5 child stunting, which now stands at close to 30%?
Thank you very much. I'll obviously hand over to Lebogang, but I would just say this, that we produced in the last 18 months the National Food Security benchmarking process that for the very first time has been able to drill down at a district municipality level the incidences of food insecurity. What this then allows is the department and other stakeholders to, with the baseline, against which future measurements can be checked against, but it also allows government then to have a far more targeted response in terms of being able to focus on those areas where food insecurity, malnutrition, hunger and stunting are at their worst, which means that there's a far more efficient use of limited government resources to have a maximum effect.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Responding to the question around the already expired National Food and Nutrition Security Plan that came to an end in 2023, we can confirm that the department has since started a process of iteration of a new plan in line with the new mandate of the current administration. And that plan, the draft 0 of the new plan is in place. The department currently is consulting. And Commissioner, the plan itself cuts across various departments. It's multi-departmental. You've got your Department of Social Development for social protection, Department of Health for the nutrition part. And with the new iteration, our focus is more on filtering this plan down to municipality level. So COGTA is also one of our key departments that we are consulting. So in summary, there is a draft of the new plan that is going through consultation process. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a protocol correction. I'm an evidence leader, not a commissioner. Thank you. We are aware of the new draft National Food and Nutrition Security Plan, which I believe was completed, the 0 draft, in late last year, October or so. So it wasn't mentioned in your submission, and so our next question is, when will it be submitted to Cabinet for approval and time-bound implementation? What date, when exactly can we expect that to be launched?
Thank you very much. We, like indicated, we are finalizing our consultation process, and we have already made a submission sometime late last year to Cabinet, and they have added also to some other departments that we should consult. So the plan of the department is immediately when we conclude the list of the department and external stakeholders outside of government, we will be taking it through cluster and foresight processes. Then it will be filtered through to Cabinet.
So we've been without a plan now for 3 years, and it will be another period of 6 months, maybe a year, before we have a new plan. That's just a comment. Let me ask it another way, perhaps. Has any funding been ring-fenced in the 26-27 budget, specifically for implementation of the next Food Security and Nutrition Plan at national and provincial levels?
The government's funding for food security and farmer support is through government's grant funding. Indeed, as part of one of the pillars of our grant funding, Ilima Lezema in particular, there is a pillar that focuses on food security at household level. And currently that is the both national and at provincial level, because by the virtue of it being a conditional grant, it is sent through to provinces for implementation. We can confirm that as part of 2026-27 plan, there is a pillar on food security. It is not necessarily titled for the new food and nutrition security plan, but it is for the intervention of food security at household level. Thank you.
So the new plan has not yet been costed. It's just a general allocation for food security.
As part of the plan, there is the new plan. There is even a plan to meet with National Treasury just to agree on the figure that we will place on the new plan. But as we're sitting here, there's not yet a figure allocated to it. Thank you.
So the plan is to meet with Treasury. Okay. Why has this is to go back a little bit now, why has the Multi-Sectoral National Food and Nutrition Security Council, which has been promised since 2014, never been established? And will it be established soon?
The council evidence leader was established towards the end of the implementation of the plan, the 2023 plan. There is an appointment letters to all the council members and chaired by the deputy president, of course. The only thing that never happened is for that appointed council members to convene. But through the intervention of the minister and the DG, we are in consultation and taking through a proposal to the deputy president. We've got a strategy of how best we can still implement the sitting of that council, but under one of the interministerial committees, but not necessarily as a standalone. Thank you.
So can we expect the council to convene for the first time this year?
Depending on the diary of the deputy president, who is the chair, and the minister assisting, we will administratively pursue the first sitting of the council. Thank you.
Okay, so we don't know. One more question on this section. This is to go back to the evaluation done by DPME of the 2018 to 2023 plan, which, to put it bluntly, found that the plan had largely failed, largely due to coordination and accountability failures that the proposed Food and Nutrition Security Council could have resolved. So a direct question to you, Minister. What steps will you personally take to ensure that the new Food and Nutrition Security Plan does not receive a similar negative evaluation in 5 or 6 years' time?
Well, obviously, I'll have to exercise the oversight powers provided to me by the President to ensure that it's done.
Thank you. My second cluster is around support for small farmers, and I'm quoting from your submission. During the 2026 State of the Nation speech, the President announced that government will deploy 10,000 new extension officers to support farmers. This, I suppose, is a very welcome announcement. How will these new extension officers be allocated to ensure that small-scale and subsistence producers receive as much attention and support as larger scale commercial farmers?
Well, the larger scale commercial farmers don't really rely on extension services. There's a great deal of expertise within their sector, also with their industry bodies that they rely upon. The extension officers are almost exclusively used for subsistence farmers, small-scale farmers, family farmers, and those in particularly identified areas where we would be wanting to make an intervention.
And a similar question for the agriculture and agro-processing master plan. What concrete steps are being taken to ensure that the AAMP is inclusive and it does not disproportionately benefit large-scale commercial agriculture at the expense or neglect of local value chains and small-scale farmers?
Thank you very much, Evidence Leader, and good afternoon to the commissioners. The Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan at the center would want to improve productivity that we have and also inclusivity in the sector. In that master plan, we have got targets that we have already set to say the participation of black producers in each and every commodity-based area has been identified. And the way that we are dealing with transformation is to ensure that we move towards figures to ensure that each and every commodity-based organization has got an upward movement in terms of transformation. Now, the way that the Agriculture and Agro-Processes Master Plan is being crafted is in this way. It is a co-creation between government, private sector, organizations, and also labor in this case. Now, at the center of the organizations that we have got organizations that represent black farmers and are ensuring that the interests of the black farmers are being taken into consideration, pushing through the transformation. Thank you very much, Evidence Leader.
Of course, black farmers and small farmers have big challenges in terms of accessing finance. So I just want to refer to the Agri-BEE fund, which, as you know, requires a minimum application amount of 1 million rand. What specific mechanisms allow small-scale farmers to access capital to build their enterprises?
Thank you very much, Evidence Leader. The Agri-BEE is not the only fund that is within the purview of the department. At the basic level, you have the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program, which is CASP, which is solely an enterprise grant program that we have as government. And then as you graduate through the programs, then you can go into enterprises and utilize the Agri-BEE or even the blended finance that we have within the department. Through blended finance, you can have a grant portion that we have as government, mostly going up to 50%, a grant and 50% a loan, or alternatively, you can go through the Agri-BEE component. To date, we have had 28 businesses that have been assisted through Agri-BEE, and I think that is contained in terms of the submission. And most of the time, what we do is that we ensure that we assist where possible if that amount of money cannot be sourced within the program that we have through grant portion from government. Thank you.
If I may just supplement that with your permission. Another very good example is our Mafisa program, which almost single-handedly ensures that our small-scale sugarcane growers in KwaZulu-Natal are able to plant for the season and are able to contribute. And it's that access to funding, particularly for those small-scale farmers, that is also hugely catalytic in that particular sector.
Thank you. Can I, two more? My last few questions are around pesticides again, and I'll try not to duplicate the previous evidence leader. And I guess this question is either for the Minister or the Registrar. Minister, at the People's Tribunal on agrotoxins in 2025, you made a commitment that a national up-to-date pesticides registry would be made public by 31st of May 2026. When will that registry be published?
I never attended the People's Tribunal. I never made such commitment.
In that case, I withdraw the question.
I was tried in abstention, you may recall.
The 2010 pesticides management policy committed to phasing out the use of highly hazardous pesticides in agriculture. Do you know, or can you provide the Commission with a figure on how many of these HHPs have actually been banned since 2010? And what plans does the department have to transition agriculture out of dependence on these HHPs? With what timeline?
Thank you, Evidence Leader. The highly hazardous chemicals contain 8 categories. Out of the 8 categories, we now have not allowed 4 of the categories, which is those that cause cancer, mutagenicity, reproductive toxicants. I just forgotten the other category. And those then we have said they can no longer be allowed. The actual number of the active ingredients, I don't have the figure with me here, but those we said they cannot be allowed to be used unless if an applicant can show that there is a way in which they can be used without posing any risk. So that we have dealt with. The rest of the category is what we refer as restricted categories. Those are the ones that have been flagged at an international level, and our commitment as a country is that by 2035, we need to have gotten rid of those. The issue of the time come from the commitment that we've made at the global level to phase out in line with the timelines that have been provided at the UN level. Thank you, Evident Leader.
Thank you. And maybe I can follow up, Registrar. Can you tell us when the pesticides registry will be published?
The registry, we are currently working on it. I must commit that the next financial year, that registry will then be available. It will be in line with what the Minister have previously indicated, that we are now going to move to the online platform where data related to the list of the registry will then also then be available. Thank you, Evident Leader.
Could you just clarify the date? You said the next financial year. What month, perhaps?
The month I may not be sure of, but our plan is that from April, as we move to the online submission system, we will be able to gather a lot of data, which will then allow us to publish the list. But the actual months, I don't, at this stage, I don't want to commit to the months. But we should be able to do that from as from the next financial year.
My last question then. Minister, I hope I'm not misquoting you again. You have been quoted as saying that banning highly hazardous pesticides in South Africa would have, quote, devastating impacts on food security. So we're looking not at the health impacts, but the food security impacts. We know that of the approximately 190 HHPs that are used in South Africa, 57 have been banned in Europe. Not the same context, of course, but Europe does remain more food secure than South Africa. So do we have any scientific evidence that banning these pesticides would compromise national food security? And if so, could you provide that as supplementary evidence to the Commission?
Through you, Chairperson, may I ask the date and publication of that quotation?
I can provide it. It's quoted variously online. I will try to find the original source. But the point remains that you made a defense of turbifos earlier for the same reason, that you believe it's important for food security.
No, I didn't make a defense of turbifos. I said very clearly that in assessing these matters, you have to balance food security and the impact of pesticides in the broader context. That if one looks at the malnutrition figures and the death rate of malnutrition in South Africa, it is incredibly high. And obviously when you make these decisions, you have to ensure that there is a balance, that you're ensuring food security and at the same time making sure that you are removing risks to human life and to human beings and to the health and well-being of the population. And that is why you have to balance the one side, where you have a wide variety of activists who are very vocal on the one side, wanting to ban things, and on the other side you have organizations like CropLife who obviously have the interests of the growers there. The European Union and the Europe system is fundamentally different to the South African system in that their agricultural system is heavily subsidized by government. Our farmers in South Africa, whether they're small scale or large scale, receive no government subsidy and are yet still have to compete on global markets for market share and price and yield with places like the European Union. I would also say that the incidence of pests and the type of pests and agricultural threats are very different in a European Union context to one that takes place in South Africa. And so in doing these things, and we have made a number of commitments internationally, and I've also made public comments that we want to move towards introducing a fast lane for biologicals, and that's done precisely to ensure that you are able to withdraw HHPs or or potentially substances that are not good for the environment, but to have something that is able to replace it. It also requires a process of bridging in terms of financing. Biological replacements are often a lot more expensive than the existing alternatives. And when, particularly with smaller scale farmers who are worried about yield, but are also worried about price, going into a co-op, their choice would always be for the cheaper product rather than the more expensive one. And so one of the things we're also going to have to engage in over the course of the next few years is how we provide assistance for bridging people to moving towards more biological products. This is very important as well, because certainly all of the international conferences and international interactions with agricultural ministers around the world that I attend, there is an international movement away from the approach of the last 30 years, which was focused on yield at all costs, towards better stewardship of the soil and to treat the soil in your country itself as a national asset. And that requires then more gentler ways of ensuring you don't affect yield, but at the same time are not causing long-term damage to the soil, to the environment, and potentially to human beings. And I'm on the record as saying that we would like to move more determinedly towards biologicals, and if we can make the processes for the registration thereof easier and quicker, it would be in all of our best interests. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Minister. And it's good to hear that the department is weighing up these trade-offs between maximizing yields, caring for the environment, and also taking care of people that work on the land. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. My system is also sabotaging me, but I will try to recall my questions because my computer is sabotaging me. I was not going to ask questions on the pesticides, but there are just a few issues that I would like to clarify as I'm following the debate. Earlier, and I think in response to the further question by Prof. Stephen now on why there was a delay in the ban of table first, for example, in South Africa vis-a-vis what other countries did. The explanation, I'm paraphrasing, was South Africa has a one-of-the-kind environmental context or operational context. Therefore, the fact that other countries have banned the substance, it doesn't mean that South Africa could also ban the substance. But at the same time, there was also a question that was put around, you'll forgive me because some of the technical term, it's called glyphosides. How did I do that? Glycosides. Sorry, there was a question around glyphosate, and now the reason that was given for why it was not banned in South Africa is to say, but other countries are using it. So I just want to understand in terms of then the decision making processes, because for me it seems that we compare ourselves to other countries when it's convenient, and when it's not convenient, there's a reason why we cannot follow the norms that are being followed in other countries. So, because that's my interpretation of the responses, but I just want to have your response to that, if any.
Thank you. So maybe let me first give the context. Pesticides, I often say they are produced and used for one thing only, which is to kill.
Yes.
So it is a technology that inherently carries risk. Now, that technology, probably for the last 100 years, have been controversial from the beginning because it is designed to kill. So it carries a risk. So our approach in terms of risk assessment, first is is the risk acceptable? Can you manage that risk? And the moment we register a product, and when it is used according to the label or the condition of registrations, we are of the opinion that that risk can be managed. Then we continue to allow the registration of the product. Now, let's come back to Tebifos. Tebifos is one of the most dangerous products in the country. We accept that. Like any other chemical, like methyl bromide that we have registered, it's amongst in those categories, like aldehyde. But when the product now is begin to be used outside its condition of registrations, and ourselves and the industry are unable to manage that risk, that is where then we effect the ban. So in other words, we are not necessarily going to ban the product because the product is banned somewhere else. It is to look at the circumstances under which it is causing problems. And then we consider whether in South Africa, can we then manage it? And when it is quite clear, when we begin to receive reports of toxicities around Tebifos, and that is when we then realize that we cannot manage this substance, and hence we then effect the process of the review. Of course, Cabinet then came and also then wanted us, instruct us to ban immediately. But the delay that is being referred to is at the time Cabinet made the decision, the product is already produced. It is already at a farm level. And in terms of the constitutional imperative of this country, we needed to do consultations, of course, taking into consideration of Cabinet decision. We now are quite satisfied that we have concluded our consultations. The substance, as far as we are concerned, is no longer available. And as such, we will therefore, I don't want to commit the minister here, but this week we will then be making that submission to the minister to effect that ban.
No, thank you, because my question was around the decision-making processes. So I take it then the reason you didn't ban the
Glyphosate.
Yes,
Sorry.
it's not because others are still using it, because that's my query. That's not, you've assessed the risks and you found that it is suitable, not that because other countries are using it.
That's correct,
Okay.
evidently.
And just to confirm, who decides that the risk is acceptable? Do communities also get to decide? And what are those processes that allow communities, members of the public, to indicate their thoughts, whether they are willing to assume the risk that government says they are willing to assume on their behalf?
Thank you. So the framework that we use, evidently, is predate the current constitution. So it doesn't have the new aspect that other countries use, which is transparency, when one have to determine the risk associated with the product. Now, at this stage, before product registered, we do not have the process of determination of the risk associated with the product. And that is why, one of the reasons why when we have engagement last year at the colloquium was when we engage with the stakeholders. And one of the issues that have been raised was the lack of transparency in relation to how we made this decision. So it is one of the issues that is a serious gap in how we manage the pesticides. So the decision in terms of the assessment largely will be based on
think you've answered my question that
Okay.
there is no consultation, and the follow-up is, why will you be making such an admission 30 years into our democracy? Because I understand if this admission of not having introduced democratic processes was made early in our democratic processes, what has prevented the department to date from democratizing the process?
No, thank you very much, Registrar and Evidence Leader. Um, the the essence in terms of where we need to go lies in terms of the review of the legislative framework that we have in our country, which the minister has already spoken about. And it would need us to then, in terms of the process, come up with a transparency principle that says to a decision-making framework that needs to come there should also involve consultation. So it's not something that is currently available, it's something that is in the pipeline. Which brings me to the issue that was raised earlier on. Why have we not gone and done amendments to the current legislation that is from 1946?
Yes.
There have been various attempts that have been made from government's point of view. The first one that I was involved in was breaking legislation into various pieces, with the pet food being the first one that was to be advanced to the cabinet process. That process came to nil when it was in Parliament already, when we had the consultation, which meant that we have got to go back now to do the whole of the Act itself. The views that we are having in terms of the Act is that we should depart away from the current system that is doing almost endpoint kind of analysis, and doing a systems-based analysis to say that from the beginning that a product lands, you should be able to say that now the systems that are in place would result in a safe process that would be done at the end of the day. Because in terms of your risk assessment, there are three things that are very important. Is that you determine what we would call evidence leader, the appropriate level of protection that you would need for the society. And that appropriate level of protection needs to be a safeguard that everybody should be involved in, to say, is this level in terms of a safeguard something that we can deal with? Once you have determined that, you then have got to have systems that would ensure that we monitor and we report on the areas. And then lastly, in terms of the system that we have, is the re-amendment of the legislation as we go forward. So all this process that we are highlighting today is what we will deal with in terms of the new act that comes into play. They have not been done in terms of that. Yeah.
And where is the review process currently as we speak today?
The review process, if we look at what we had submitted to the leader of business, that is the deputy president, the lodging of the fertilizers, farm feeds, and agricultural remedies and stock remedies act is for 2027, 2028 into Parliament, so that we can be able to deal with the process.
And there aren't any interim measures that can be put in place within the current system to ensure that the public gets to have a voice in the weighing up or balancing processes that you've indicated? Is there no possibility of that avenue being made possible, even just inviting members of the public to make submissions on in the interim while we wait for the legislative process?
Thank you, evidently. In the interim, we do have formal engagement with the civil society that we now have established, just to hear the issues that they have been raising. In 2023, we have introduced regulations, of course with some limitation, to try to bridge some of the issues that they've been raising. And we believe that now that we have got formal structure where we engage with the civil society on issues of pesticides, that will shape the new way in which we want to do our business. Thank you.
Okay. And lastly, on this issue, you spoke about the balancing, a delicate balancing process that you need to undertake. What I need to find out, but you've already in part admitted that the current process really has not taken some of our democratic principles on board. But one of the important things is understanding the human rights framework, which provides for both positive and negative obligations on the part of the state, and also provides for immediately realizable rights, and also rights that are progressively realizable. And definitely the right to, in section 12, for example, not to be, to freedom and security of the persons, not to be exposed to harm, right to life, for example, those rights are not progressive, are not progressively realizable rights. Those are immediately realizable rights, for example, vis-a-vis some of the rights, like the right to food. So I just want then to assess from your side that, do you also take that into account in your balancing act? Because for me, in terms of the law, I'm not sure it can ever be permissible to knowingly expose people to harm, which you cannot do, in furtherance of a progressively realizable right, like the state's obligations to ensure people have access to food. So do you take the human rights framework and those considerations into account in balancing your decision making around pesticides?
Thank you. I think evidently that there is a recognition from our side that the current framework and the institutional framework that we have built is a little bit biased towards the advancement of the issues of agriculture. Now, the aspect of the realization of human rights, we do consider those, but I don't think we do that to an extent that would be sufficient for, as provided by the constitutional framework of this country.
And then, okay, Commissioner wants to intervene. Thank you, Commissioner. Over to you.
Thank you so much. I just need clarity, sir, on your answer. Are you saying that based on the act that the department is using, vis-a-vis section 2 of the Constitution, it says it's the most supreme law of the country, in deciding, in making decisions, the department then ignores, or perhaps maybe the register then ignores section 2 of the Constitution and uses a historically racially motivated piece of legislation to arrive at a decision? Perhaps I just need clarity on that, because you seem to say there's a bias, but I'm trying to understand what the bias is.
Good afternoon, Chair. What I'm saying, Commissioner, is that if one considers the law, it provides criteria for registrations. And that criteria requires that the registrar must consider that the product is suitable for its intended purpose. So it is already biased towards effectiveness. Now, when it comes to the issue of safety, which is now the constitutional imperative, it is not as strong as what the policymakers have decided in 1947. That's the point I'm saying. Whereas if you look at the approach from other countries, the criteria of registrations, so the issue of safety is far much higher than the consideration of the efficacy. In other words, what I'm saying is that when other countries, these are the new legislation in other countries, the framing of their new legislations is towards protections of health and environment, whereas the framing of our legislations, although it does have an aspect of the protections of health and environment, but it is much more, I don't know how to put it, but it's it's slightly secondary compared to the effectiveness of the product. That's the point I'm making. I'm not saying that we ignore completely the issues of health and environment. Thank you.
Sorry, I just want to just follow up on that, if I may. And thank you for the question, Chairperson. It was precisely this matter that made one of the 7 priorities when I became the minister, my very first budget speech 19 months ago, to say that we need to move towards, and I used the terms modern and progressive legislative environment. And that was precisely to be able to start a process to bring the laws under the agricultural environment in line with a more modern and progressive agenda in which direction the international agricultural family are moving. Thanks.
Okay, it's working now. No, thank you for the indulgence, Commissioner. It's just a few more questions. I was actually not supposed to ask on this topic. I apologize. Much of the testimony that we've heard since the start of this inquiry from stakeholders is the inadequate support being given to small-scale farmers. In your presentation, both oral and written, you indicate that you have programs to support small-scale farmers in the production process, accessing of markets, and equipment as well. You have those programs. So given like I said, it's not 1 or 2, it's the vast majority of submissions that are saying there is inadequate support. That means then there's a disconnect between what you are saying you are offering and what people on the ground are experiencing. So to enable us really to assess where we are in terms of the support, you may not be able to provide all the details at this point, and will request that where you cannot, you make written submissions, supplementary submissions. For us, I think it'll be important to get to the details of the programs themselves, the number of people and small-scale farmers that have been benefited by those programs, the extent of their benefit, as well as it'll be important that the information about the benefit is disaggregated along the lines of race and gender, because there was also an outcry about the experiences of women that they are inadequately supported. And like I said, the information, it must be clear about people who have been assisted with market access, people who have been assisted with any form of support like equipment to enable them to be effective, because that's what stakeholders have been saying, but you are saying you are supporting them. But at this point you can respond broadly, but I understand maybe the details you will need to provide in due course. What is the response to the outcry from those who've made submissions about the inadequate support they're receiving?
Well, my answer is that it will never be adequate. I have a budget of 7 billion rand, annual budget, and it's never going to be enough to give everybody everything that they want on the ground level. We have to do the best we can with the resources that we have. And I also think that, and we're happy to provide all of the information that formed the basis of our recent report to the presidency, which we'll be able to provide to you. But you'd also have to interact with the provinces, because these grants are provided by national government to the provinces to do the implementation. So you'd have to, but we have the figures, and I can tell you our gender figures in terms of our bias towards youth, gender, and people with disability is sufficient, and it forms a major focus in all of our programs. There's a bias towards them. But of course, I mean, I would love to have an endless budget where I could give every bit of support that everybody wants. So I think we need to understand what is adequate and what is inadequate. And we need to unpack what that is. And I'll give you by way of example. I was recently accosted outside the union buildings by a farmer who went viral on social media, saying that he gets inadequate support from the department and from government. And of course, you know, this was a massive rallying point for many people. But when one drills down into the truth of what that gentleman received from government, a farm, over 14 million rands worth of inputs, equipment and assistance, as well as then cattle and other animals, which have all disappeared and have not been utilized. He's coming back to government and saying his support is inadequate. So I think we'd have to unpack what inadequate is. And I'm the first to admit, I would love to do lots more, but I have to operate within an envelope that's provided to me by the fiscus.
Yes. I think given the admission that you've made that the current support is inadequate, it'll be important that that means you already have your own standard of what is adequate, and you have satisfied yourself that the current support does not meet your, I mean by your, I mean the department standard of adequate. I think that can be a good starting point in determining what's adequate. And of course, those who are making submissions, they've indicated to us in the submissions what they consider inadequate, but ultimately then it's the commission that will have to assess all the respective submissions. So I will request then, in view of that admission, that because the reason I'm asking this, Minister, is that if one reads your submission about the programs, it's painting a very good picture. It's a good story to tell. It's not highlighting those areas that you even consider to be inadequate. So I'll request that if the supplementary submissions even highlight that, even your budgetary constraints, to say you would perhaps like to do more, but and this is the more you like to do, but you cannot because of X, Y, and Z. It will assist us in assessing that question of adequacy or inadequacy.
Let me be clear. I said right from the beginning, it will never be adequate.
Yes.
It will never be adequate, because whatever government offers, it's never going to be enough. And you will always have people who are unhappy, and you will always have people who feel under-supported. Even when government, in the example I gave almost 25 million rands worth of support, that farmer still felt unsupported by government. So you know, I think that the point I make is I'm very proud of the work that we have been able to do. And I think when you receive the submission about the catalytic effect of some of the work that the department's been able to do, you would see that we are achieving some great things. But of course, with 14 billion, with 28 billion, with 50 billion, there's always more you can do to ensure that you are able to provide the type of support that people expect.
All right. No, it's well understood, Minister, but I can assure you the people who made a presentation, they're not asking for millions. You know, some of them is just storage facility, refrigerating facilities for them to keep their products longer. But I accept what you're saying. Maybe just to conclude the discussion about adequacy, then, is it your submission that the current support you provide is adequate?
No, that's not my submission. My submission
So it
is that
inadequate.
my support, whatever we provide, will never be adequate.
Because that is a, how do you put, is a theoretical answer, and I'm asking a very direct answer. I'm not asking about adequacy tomorrow. I'm asking, as we engage, are you satisfied that the support that is being provided to small-scale farmers is adequate?
It's adequate within our current means, yes.
Okay. It is adequate. That is your submission. All right.
No, adequate within our current means. It's a very important rider to make.
Okay. So I understand it. As I've indicated, my ask then, Minister, is the part of the supplementary submission should identify the additional means that will improve the adequacy of your measures. That is my ask. And then, and also maybe part of that submission, if we can really have specifics. You indicate in your submission that there are producer support programs aimed at household producer levels, and you indicated that when you initially introduced that project, there were some challenges regarding targeting, but it's not very clear. I would also request, in terms of that specific program, the one you call it the household, the support program for household producer category, if also we can have those specifics for that project, the nature of assistance, number of people assisted, also disaggregated. And then maybe as I move towards the end, the same I will ask, there's a submission you've made about, you call them, let me just get the correct terminology you use. You call them, there are sites for sites for agro ecosystems that you have, that you've established to promote agroecology. If we can just get details of the sites, where do we find those specific sites, the tangible outcomes from that program as well, in terms of people who have actually been assisted, because I think the more information we have, it will enable us to be better assess, like I said, the outcry about inadequate support. And then now let me move on then to the issue of waste. Minister, the question around waste is another outcry that we've received, that at producer level, there's lots of food that is being wasted because maybe it doesn't meet the commercial standards, and communities could be benefited from this food instead of it being wasted. My question is, does your department, has it engaged with this issue of waste of agricultural produce in particular, in mitigating the impact of that waste on our food system?
Yes, we have engaged. It's an issue of great concern for us. Over 30% of food produced is wasted.
Yes.
And the strategy, the food waste strategy, lies with the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. And they would have to answer it. Obviously, we've made input into that process. And most recently, when the policy came to the cabinet level during the course of last year, it was sent back to the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, because there were some glaring issues with the report that we had raised, but certainly from other departments as well. And we will continue to make input into that.
And in terms of implementation, you don't play a role at all in that strategy as a department?
No, the strategy resides with Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, who deal with it under the comprehensive banner of managing waste in South Africa.
Okay. Now, another issue that was raised is the impacts of GMOs, in our food system. Does your department play any role in regulating GMOs at all?
Yes, we have a GMO Act and we have a GMO Council that are established to manage issues relating to GMOs.
Okay, so it is being managed by your department directly? Okay.
Correct.
And again, in terms then of the processes, in terms of that act, through which communities can be engaged, we have those processes for them to give inputs on what level of risk insofar as GMOs as communities they are willing to assume.
Thank you. Evidently, I'm not directly dealing with the GMO, but as far as I'm aware, before any event is approved, there is a process of public participation. At least with the GMO, there is a process of public participation where input from the public are requested to make.
That's correct.
All right. I think because is that a positive answer, or you'll also like to amplify that maybe once you've engaged with the relevant colleague, because you said you don't work.
No.
Okay,
we
that
agree.
is the full. You agree that is the process. All right. And maybe if you can provide more details about the process and how maybe even civil society and communities can proactively engage with that process that you say already exists, to see where they can, where they can raise their views and they can be taken into account as part of your decision-making processes. If you can provide just the details of how it works and how people can engage in that process. And also the issue that has been raised is the second last issue, escalation of food prices. I just want to know, does your department play any mediation role in that at all, insofar as agricultural produce is concerned?
No, it's handled by the market prices, and then obviously the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, who you had here yesterday, play a big role in managing risks associated with collusion, monopolies, and the like.
Yes, we are aware they play a role, but I wanted to know if your department has any role at all in that, in making inputs into that process at all, and if so, what role does your department play in that ecosystem?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
If there are any investigations that have been done, whichever body would be doing those investigations would also consult with the department on matters relating to.
Okay, so it's mostly your consultated,
Yeah.
as and when you are required to make input. Okay.
Of course, yeah.
And lastly,
Sorry, if I may just add on that one
Yeah.
as well. We also have a body called the National Agricultural Marketing Council,
okay,
and they're empowered to do Section 7 investigations, one of which I will be setting up as soon as the new council is appointed, to look at the grain value chain, to look at what the cost drivers in it are, and to ensure that there is fairness within the grain value chain in South Africa.
okay. Maybe before you put down the mic, Minister, because these kind of hearings are also an opportunity to educate members of the public and stakeholders. What is a Section 7 investigation? Can a person, how does it work? Can a member of the public lodge a complaint? How does it work? If you can just expand, please, on
Well,
that.
anybody can write to the department and express a concern about a particular value chain.
Okay.
And the National Agriculture Marketing Council, in terms of Section 7 of the Act, can initiate an investigation into that particular value chain with a view to ensuring that there is fairness through that value chain.
Okay, so complaints can be lodged directly with the council. Thank you.
They can write to the NAMC in terms of the NAMC Act, or they can put their complaints through the department.
Thank you. And lastly, any role that your department plays in mediating challenges between farm owners and farm workers, because there were issues that were raised earlier today about the experiences of farm workers in particular, joblessness, food insecurity, even in those farms. So I know other departments may play a role, but I just want to assess whether you also, there's any role that you play in that as a department.
On a normal way of doing business, it's the responsibility of the Department of Employment and Labor in terms of that relationship that is there between the employer and the employee. But what we are doing in the department is that we are participating in schemes that would ensure that there's better citizenry of our farming community when it comes to interaction with the farming community. And most of them have already taken a lot of schemes that would ensure that there is ethical behavior, ethical standards that they implement in the various forms. But as a department, we just go in terms of intervening in various value chains just to see whether those standards would be done.
All right. Can I ask, as part of the supplementary submission, just the schemes, you can give us more details of the schemes you are referring to, if there are schemes meant to benefit farm workers directly, how do they access those benefits? Thank you, Commissioner. That is all I wanted to ask.
Commissioner, sorry, if I could just ask, will we be given a time frame where that supplementary will be expected?
We're giving you a time frame on when the supplementary submissions are expected. Thank you so much. Commissioner Ntuli.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Minister. I'm told it's evening. Good evening, Minister, DG, Registrar, Acting Registrar, and DDG. Thank you so much for your submissions, both your very comprehensive written submission as well as your oral submission. Now, Minister, in your scene setting or introductory remarks, you have indicated that the responsibility of the department is food production for the purposes of food security. And you have also then conceded to the paradox that all of us have conceded to, which is that on the one hand, the country produces a surplus amount of food, more than enough to feed all of us, yet so many of us continue to go to bed hungry. In your own assessment, I have noted some major systemic problems that you have identified, and I'm just going to name them because I'm going to then engage you on the basis of these identified systemic problems. The one is the input market concentration, particularly as it pertains to seed and agrochemical markets. The second is the import dependence, particularly and shockingly that we import 80% of our fertilizer in the country. Thank you for this information. Fertilizers, pesticides, and to a large extent, some seeds. And the third one being the extension capacity that is far below international benchmarks. The fourth being the infrastructural barriers, especially when it comes to small-scale farmers. And then the fifth one being issues related to institutional fragmentation. Perhaps let's start with the paradox. Given that your mandate and your reason for existence is food production, but for a purpose, the purpose being security, which is then the attainment of the right to food, are you able to assist us in coming to terms and understanding this paradox and what lies at the center of this paradox? In other words, if our national production is more than sufficient, what explains the fact that more than 20% of households still go to bed hungry? And as you respond to this question, Minister, perhaps you could also just think about the export-driven market. Much of our food production is export-facing, and our market is export-driven. And one would want to understand, in what ways does this export-driven market affect food security, and what does it say about the department's efficacy and the effective execution of your own mandate if you are focusing on supporting farmers for production, yet we are still unable to ensure that 20% of households are fed? What does that say about your ability to effectively execute your mandate?
Well, as I said, our focus as a department is on production and assisting in the production of food. And in many instances, we have a surplus as a result of production, which enables us to export. But those exports help to deal with some of the other structural issues that are causing food insecurity in the country, most notably poverty as a result of unemployment and opportunity for expansion. And without those export markets and without access to the pull-through in the value chain, many of those farming operations would not be profitable in the South African context, which would lead to even further unemployment and greater food insecurity. So the importance of having external markets for South Africa to export to, and the reason why we have a focused drive on creating those export drives is to ensure that we increase the expansion of agricultural activity here and we increase the employment. For every hectare of apples or pears planted in this country, it's 1.5 jobs that are created through the value chain. This is fundamentally important, and I'm very proud of the fact that our agricultural exports have led specifically to greater employment in the agricultural sector, and the latest GDP figures have shown what an integral part agriculture has played in growing our economy and creating jobs. Because the reason why many households are in a food insecure environment is that the social and economic situation that they find themselves in contributes to the point where they cannot buy food. They cannot afford the protein that is necessary. And so I don't think that it should be seen as either you export or get foreign earnings or you produce locally. I think it's an and certainly the two go hand in hand in ensuring that we have farming operations in the country that are profitable, are able to provide not only food to South Africa, but also to be able to provide the important jobs that we need if we're going to actually really get to the root of the reason why there is such food insecurity in the country, which is poverty.
No, thank you for that response, Minister. If the problem is food insecurity and an inability for many to access food, when there is an availability of the food in the country that is being produced, yet we are exporting that food, are you able to assist us? And by assisting us, I must place on record that the main reason for this exercise is for us to be able to effectively identify the problem when it comes to the progressive realization of the right to food, so that we are able to make accurate policy interventions. Your role as the executive authority responsible for food production for the purpose of ensuring the attainment of the right to food becomes very important for us. Therefore, your understanding of what lies at the center of this paradox is important. Now, let me perhaps further this question. If the country is producing a surplus amount of food that is needed by more than 20% of households, yet we are feeding or taking this food to other countries for the purposes of economic production, would it not make sense as a policy decision that before we prioritize feeding others, we should ensure if our mandate is food security, would it not make policy sense that our priority should not be job creation or employment, but rather to ensure that the food that is available is availed then to those who are unable to feed themselves?
My role is food, our department's role is food production. And as I said, I don't think the two are mutually exclusive, and certainly not the binary that's being presented, that you either ensure that everybody here gets something before you export, because what it will do is ensure that our agriculture sector shrinks rather than expands, and is going to put even greater pressure on consumer prices. The less producers you have, the more expensive food is going to become, because of the laws of supply and demand and the market forces that govern the food system in South Africa. And this was a deliberate choice that the country made in 1996 when it moved to a liberalization of the food systems in South Africa and did away with the government-controlled boards and collectivism that happened in the apartheid era, where government controlled how much food was produced, where it was produced, where it was sold, and how much of it was sold. So I think there's two competing interests here. And I think we also need to look at what we're exporting and what we're importing. We're generally exporting high-end fruit products, high-end dairy products, high-end meat products that would not necessarily form the basis of a diet of certain income groups, particularly those that are the most vulnerable. Areas where we do import food, for instance, like grain and the like, are suited to or requested by those communities. And it's our production, our focus on production as well, is also programmatic from the department side in our assistance given to the growing and encouragement through a variety of programs on the growing of indigenous crops in South Africa, sorghum, millet, and others. And there's a very determined effort from the ARC and the department to assist with those. We also provide seed banks into communities for the production of these types of food types. So, as I said, it is a balance. I think if we were to say that, and of course what we only export is surplus to our local market. So, I mean, we only export maize if we have a surplus of maize. We don't go out and export just for the sake of exporting. It is where we have a surplus that we're able to realize a good price on the international market. And what that leads to is the sustainability of the agricultural sector, make sure that we can have farmers remaining on the farms, producing food, which then also contributes to food security. But as I said, one of the biggest drivers, I believe, in the creation of the paradox that you referred to, is poverty and unemployment, and the inability of households to be able to afford food when people are relying on grants or do not have a job in a household. And I think that is one of the biggest drivers of food insecurity in the country. It's not linked to production.
No, thank you for that response, Minister. And thank you also for the reference to indigenous crops and indigenous seeds. And I'd like to engage you further on that much later in our discussion. Perhaps given your reference to the 1996 shift to a more liberalized policy framework or policy approach in the agricultural sector, there has been a sustained critique around the shift as a main driving force for the market concentration that is highly globalized. In other words, that much of the dependence of South Africa, particularly in terms of the agrochemical markets, is internationally driven. It's not nationally driven, it's internationally driven, and it's as a result of the 1996 shift. What would you say to those critiques?
Well, I would say that there is no perfect system, I would imagine. The previous system where the state controlled the production of food and how it was produced and where it went and what it was priced at, led to other problems that were created, large-scale dumping of agricultural products and inefficiencies in the system. So I think it's about finding the balance. It's about ensuring that you have systems that are market-based, but that you have the safeguards in place, like we have with the NAMC and like DTRC does have, to be able to prevent over-concentration and the like from taking place.
No, thank you, Minister, for that very interesting response. Perhaps if we could take it a little bit further, I'm interested in this response that says, of course, no system is perfect. What you had prior to 96 was more state dominance. And what you have post-1996 is more of a global and international dominance. Now, we have to remember, Minister, that the state that we are speaking about prior to 96 is mainly a pre-1994 state that privileged a minority at the expense of the majority. Would you agree with me if I put it to you that state dominance that supports the majority can be or should be favored at the expense of then the concentration of the market by international role players?
No, I wouldn't agree with you, because you then end up with the same situation you had in the USSR with collectivism and the issues that arose from that, which led to widespread famine and production failures. So I don't think that a state dominating a system is the right way. As I said, I think that the balance has to be struck, that you have a market-driven system where the market helps set the prices and determines them and creates the laws of supply and demand, but that the state is there and does have an acting role to play in terms of ensuring that there is no monopolistic practices and over-concentration.
Thank you, Minister. In the interest of time, I'll move from this subject to the next one, but I'm very interested in your comparison of the South African macroeconomic policy with the USSR macroeconomic policy. These are very interesting comparisons, Minister. Now, you have engaged at length with the evidence leaders on pesticides and our pesticides policy. And as you are aware, my office has also engaged your office extensively on the issues around pesticides and highly hazardous pesticides. What I didn't hear come out of the engagements between yourself and the evidence leaders is the 2010 pesticide management policy that hasn't come out of these engagements. Where do we place the 2010 pesticide management policy in these debates? Because this policy framework gave us a roadmap for how the country should approach the issue of pesticides. To what extent, in your assessment, Minister, have we achieved the policy goals of the 2010 pesticide management policy? And I would be interested in your response and your assessment against DG, this submission that the phasing out timeline is 2035. One of the questions I was going to ask was going to be around the timeline in terms of phasing out. If we are placing the timeline at 2035, the question one would have is, what was the timeline placed by the 2010 pesticide management policy? Where have we succeeded? Where have we failed? And what are the reasons for these successes or failures that are now pushing us towards 2035?
Thank you, Commissioner. The 2010 policy plays emphasis on number of areas. One, indeed, trying to bring the issue of safety into the framework that we used. Now, if I look at this aspect, one, indeed, we now have started the process of, or we already have prohibit the use of 4 of the criteria that are within the highly hazardous chemicals, which are those that cause cancer, those that cause that are reproductive toxic and the likes. Secondly, the policy say that we need to restrict the other pesticides, which are the one that since the 2023 regulatory framework, we of course then have restricted certain category of highly hazardous chemicals, which is aimed to make sure that indeed we can protect the public. Of course, in December, CropLife took us to court on the issue of the restrictions. So of course, again, I want to emphasize the issue that ourselves and CropLife, we have got no relationship that sometimes people talk about. That's why they even take us to court sometime in December. On the other areas, we improved on harmonizing our labeling. So pesticides labeling in South Africa, it is harmonized across the world. In other words, how pesticides are labeled in Europe is the same way as they are being labeled in South Africa, because we believe that it will enhance transparency. So we do have now a GHS classification and labeling, which is the same as it is done in Europe, in other countries. The other aspect of the policy was to begin to focus on creating a favorable regulatory framework to enhance the use of biological pesticides. Even today, we had a So even today, we were having a workshop with the bioinputs industry on how we can encourage the sector to come into this area of inputs. Because we believe that if we can encourage the sector through having a friendly regulatory framework, then we would then be able to easily then replace some of the highly hazardous pesticides. Because if we can bring biopesticides, microbials, then it will be easy for us to replace some of the highly hazardous chemicals. So because that way, then we would then be contributing to the safety in the agricultural sector. So the areas, Commissioner, that I believe we have not moved is around the issue of transparency and public participation. And also having to have overall the actual framework, the 1947 framework. I think for me, those are the areas that we have not moved with speed. But the phase approach in relation to the 2035 targets, our approach in the country when it comes to pesticides is that we look at the pesticides, we look at the risk, the next process is to restrict, and the category that we are talking about of the 2035, this target is restricted. And when we believe, as I've been saying, that we cannot manage them, that is where then we go into the next process, which is the ban. So for us to completely go into a ban, and I must say, Commissioner, I'm not sure if I'm aware of any country that have gone for that, of a complete ban of all highly hazardous chemicals. We think that we really need to consider this issue carefully, while at the same time, indeed, putting the issue of safety at the center. And that is why when we ban those that cause cancer, it is because such substances, you cannot manage that risk. And that's why we target those and remove that from the society. But the rest of the category, these are the ones that are mainly associated with acute toxicity. And we think that through the restrictions mechanisms, transparency on labeling, we can manage some of the risk associated with them. So, but indeed, if there are evidence that even the 2035 targets that we have, we need to bring it forward, we indeed are here to be guided by the Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DDG. We do have time, but not all of the time. So I'm going to ask us to just be very intentional in the manner in which we respond to the questions. I see the DG wants to make an addition. DG, please let me not leave you out of an opportunity to respond.
No, thank you very much, Commissioner Ntuli. I think with your involvement in this matter, it would be only proper if we also submit a supplementary on the matters, because quite a lot has happened since our last meeting that we had. Maybe because of brevity in terms of our 2.5 submission in 2.5, we can just expand on it so that this can be detailed in the report. Thank you.
No, we would appreciate that, DG, that supplementary note. And perhaps you do not have to respond to this, but just for now, but you may with your supplementary response, which the chairperson is noting. And this is what I would like to invite you to comment on when you do make that supplementary response. In the immediate aftermath of the banning of Turbifos, and as you would know, Minister, DG, and colleagues, the Human Rights Commission was in the forefront of ensuring that this country bans Turbifos, and we have made a strong or taken a strong position in the interest of the right to health and the right to food, as well as the right to the environment. In the immediate aftermath, we then engaged the chairperson of the Interministerial Committee, and there was a substantive engagement between the minister as well as one of the evidence leaders on the role of the IMC and the interface between the IMC as well as the Ministry for Agriculture when it comes to the banning of Turbifos. This is what the chairperson of the IMC says about the 2010 pesticide policy, which I'm inviting yourself, Minister, and the DG to kindly make a comment on with your supplementary submission. We note that the policy, being the 2010 pesticide management policy, provides for either a phasing out or a restriction of highly hazardous pesticides. But it does not distinguish which action, whether it's phasing out or restriction, should be prioritized or applied for specific chemicals. This is a weakness in the policy, as it has allowed the World Health Organization Class 1A, which, as you would know, are the most toxic organophosphates, to be permitted for use, on the basis that the category of a restriction will control who accesses these pesticides. As we have seen in the case of Turbifos, this strategy to restrict HHPs has not been effective and has resulted in high mortality. We, being the IMC, would therefore support the emphasis on prohibition. Now, close quote. I am reading the words of the chairperson of the IMC in relation to the response that has been provided by DDG Muzonga on the interface between prohibition and restriction. The position of the IMC clearly is that restriction is not favored, rather prohibition is favored when it comes to the HHPs. I also equally note that DDG Muzonga has emphasized that if the Commission is of the view that 2035 should be reviewed, then the department would be more than welcome to ensure that this is the case. I also wish to invite you, Minister and DG, to also make note, as you have, of the 2023 report of the UN Rapporteur, Special Rapporteur on the Right to Food, Marcos Orellana, who identified South Africa's continued reliance on HHPs as constituting environmental racism. As you consider and make your submissions in terms of the supplementary input, kindly make a note of that. I would then like to move to...
Sorry, Chair, can I get clarity from you, please?
Yes, you may.
Are you quoting the IMC chair, or are you quoting the MAC chair? The two are very different.
Interministerial Committee being the Minister of Health, IMC chair.
So you're quoting the IMC chair there?
Yes.
And where was that made?
To the South African Human Rights Commission.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. We would be also happy, Minister, to submit to you these exact words so that you are able to properly respond to the position submitted by the Minister, which is clearly in contradiction to the position of the department. Now, Minister, moving to the third question, and in the interest of time, there has been extensive engagement between yourself as well as the evidence leaders on the support provided by the department to small-scale farmers. The Minister has indicated and made mention of several programs that the department or the ministry supports small-scale farmers through. The Minister has also equally mentioned that the annual budget of the department is 7 billion. Are you able to assist us in understanding of the 7 billion rand that is the annual budget of the department, what percentage of that constitutes support to small-scale farmers?
Thank you very much. It's about 2.5 billion that goes in terms of the support that goes to farmers.
Small-scale farmers.
This is how the financial aspects in terms of assisting farmers, the assistance that comes from the department in terms of financial injections goes to small-scale farmers and subsistence farmers. The others are covered in terms of the other pillars of CASP, which would also include your export assistance in terms of phytocertification, animal health certification. So what I'm referring to is what goes out in terms of the various programs that we are having.
Thank you, DG. Now, Minister, in one of your responses, you made reference to a farmer that, to use your words, accosted you outside the union buildings on the basis that black farmers in particular don't get sufficient support from the department. In your submission, you mentioned two figures. The first was 14 million rand that has been provided to this specific farmer. And then later you also mentioned and 14 million plus cattle plus other supplements. So it's not just 14 million. And then later you also mentioned 25 million to this specific farmer. Are you able to just help us for the purposes of record to
We've
understand, if you may allow me to finish, Minister, to understand what is the exact figure, but also in terms of the response by the DG, what category of farmer does this farmer sit in? Would he be considered a small-scale farmer?
He was considered a small-scale farmer and received assistance on that basis. We have a full breakdown of all of the costs that were expended on this particular individual in KwaZulu-Natal, and we're happy to submit it into the record.
Thank you. Perhaps in the interest of education, some of us are shocked to hear that someone who falls in the category of small-scale farming has received support at the value of 20 million or so. We associate small-scale farmers with very minimal financial or other support. What is the average amount of support that small-scale farmers receive from the department?
Look, I would, in terms of the engagements, maybe, because Minister had raised the issue around the specific farmer, just to indicate that the areas that are touched based on are from multiple funding sources and not only from the department, so that is understood from that context. Some of it might not even be from the Department of Agriculture. But in terms of where we are as a department and what we fund, it depends on what the business plan of that particular farmer would be requesting. We range in terms of supplying from 7,000 in terms of the presidential stimulation, no, 1,000 from the presidential stimulation package up to higher levels when it comes to Agri-BEE, where you can then fund the upcoming farmers or even enterprises. So it is dependent in terms of that business plan.
Thank you so much, DG. Minister, do you want to add anything?
No, I think the DG's covered it. Thank you.
No, thank you, Minister. Then the next question, and I have only 3 or so more questions. The presentation of the Minister recognizes indigenous crops, agroecology, communal seeds as policy priorities of the department. Are you able to assist us to understand, in terms of the pilot programs that you have mentioned, what budget allocation exists for scaling agroecology nationally within the department? What is the budget allocation for agroecology?
Thank you very much. We do not have, and I need to quantify this and qualify it, because agroecology, just like maybe your normal way of doing business in terms of traditional way of farming, but the technologies that are being utilized in the space. And therefore, as and when we find that there is a space to implement ecosystem related technologies, we will do that. So I would be able to give you the timelines in terms of what we have in terms of the land care policy commissioners as a supplement, but I would not have a budget that says that this budget is only for agroecology.
No, thank you. We would appreciate that submission as part of your supplementary inputs. Now, in terms of institutional fragmentation, which is also highlighted in the presentation of the Minister, we are interested as the Commission and as this inquiry to know who the duty bearers are when it comes to the right to food. It's not clear, and this is what leads to institutional fragmentation according to many of the submissions that we have received. From your understanding of your role as a ministry and as a department, who is the duty bearer when it comes to the right to food?
It is is one of those questions, Commissioner, that is have been pervading the environment for some time, and it has been a subject of parliamentary debates also. Who sits at the center? If you have got to look at the legislative framework that we have in terms of food, it is fragmented. It lies whether with the Department of Agriculture, whether with the DTIC in terms of consumer protection, whether with the Department of Health in terms of health issues, safety issues that we have. And this debate has been going on to a point where we have got that issue around the council, which now coordinates the work that we have got to do within the sector, which means that there's that recognition that it's not a singular department that has got a role in terms of the food security aspects. It also goes to the issues on food safety, the fourth leg of food safety, of food security, which is food safety, which at some stage there were even debates of having a single authority that deals with food safety in South Africa, to have a food safety authority that would really coordinate all these pieces of legislation that we have. So this kind of coordination that we have, whether from a council point of view or even from this issue of an agency point of view, points to an issue to say that we have got fragmentation, and therefore that question who says who's the bearer would be very difficult, because an issue around the definition of food security, like I usually say, would go towards availability, would go around accessibility, would go according to affordability, would go according to the safety, and also the nutrition aspect of the food. So it's quite broad.
No, thank you very much, DG. And then my very last question is directed to you, Minister. And it is not for immediate response, but we are going to request that you submit it as part of your supplementary written submission. The Minister, earlier in engaging the evidence leader, Professor Devereaux, in relation to the Tribunal on Agrotoxins, said that he was tried in absentia and as you know, meaning as the evidence leader knows. Could the Minister, with the supplementary submissions, kindly indicate who tried him in absentia, how he was tried in absentia, and if he has challenged this trial in absentia? This becomes very important given the nature of this inquiry and this accusation being placed on record, but equally, when the Minister says, as the evidence leader knows, what does the Minister mean as the evidence leader knows? Was he involved in this tribunal or in the trying of the Minister in absentia? Thank you so much.
Thank you. I can answer. I don't need to submit a supplementary. I can answer directly.
No, Minister, we would like it to be submitted as part of your supplementary.
Okay, but I would like to read it
input.
into the record now, if I may.
We are requesting in the interest of time that you kindly respond in writing with your supplementary
But it's
response.
been a direct question. I have the time now to answer it.
We don't
I can
have
do
the
both.
time. We don't have the time. Thank you so much, Minister.
I find that
Okay, the chairs,
most irregular.
The chairs,
Thank you so much. Minister, I was actually advising Commissioner Ntuli that you can answer. And I think because I was not on mic, you were not able to hear me, but you can answer.
Thank you for protecting my rights to be able to answer questions when they are put to me. I assumed that the evidence leader knew about the circumstances of that commission or meeting, because he'd quoted somebody directly from that, and quoted me incorrectly as having been there. I was not present there. The organization concerned conducted what they called a mock trial, and because I was not present, they pasted a picture of me on a chair and found me guilty of a whole variety of transgressions. It was clearly a star chamber, and that's how it had been designed from the beginning.
much, Minister, for that response. The tribunal has not released its final report with findings of this tribunal. Are you able to perhaps assist us to know where the guilty verdict came from, given that the tribunal has not concluded its outcomes?
Well, if it's the same event that I assume it is being referred to, they released a press statement the day after the tribunal and the mock trial in absentia, and they released it publicly, finding me guilty, along with 2 other government ministers as well.
Noted, Minister. Then we are still going to request that you make these submissions in writing. It's a very bold accusation on the tribunal itself, given also that the South African Human Rights Commission participated in this tribunal, and we have not been made aware of a guilty finding against the minister or any other minister, and it would be very important for us to have these accusations placed in writing. But thank you so much for your submissions, Minister.
Perhaps in terms of the supplementary submissions you're going to make in terms of the tribunal, maybe also then ask for that media statement. Often it gets lost, and it will assist to put us in a position where we are able to make recommendations on these type of tribunals and their role in that. So in addition to that, perhaps, I think Commissioner Dulu is quite correct, please have it in writing. It assists us moving forward. Commissioner Dulu, sorry, apologies. Commissioner Quinn, any questions?
Thank you so much, Chair. My first question, Minister, it is on the crop life list of members that are affiliated with them. If same can be provided, Registrar, because I think you said there are members and that you're aware of. If we can just please have that. And my next one then is to Mele Bohang, the steps that would have been taken to ensure that the new plan that is now, that has been developed, I would suppose, that have been taken to ensure that it does not fail. It would seem that the first one did not really do that well. So what steps have been taken? Are you able to shed any light at this stage?
Thank you so much, Commissioner. If Commissioner refers to the approach of the new plan and the content, one thing, and that has also been reflected in this session, is the issue of access to food. So the new plan acknowledges, in as far as our country food systems pathway relates, that we will focus more for local production, for local consumption. And that is emphasized in the new plan, that if in a particular locality, the food that is eaten or consumed in that locality, the plan will promote production of such food that the people within those vicinity will be able to consume such food. One other area that is also one of the weaknesses of the previous plan was the coordination aspect of it, especially down to a local municipality level where the indigent and the food insecure are found. So the current plan at its state emphasizes coordination at local municipality level. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then my other question is then the composition of the Nutrition Security Council. How does that look like? Because I'm sure you've heard, the question has been, where are these committees located? Why there hasn't been public participation? Why isn't there no transparency? And I then thought, I'm sure this is where you're supposed to start. And if the composition is proper, then and then it would make it easier for you to then disseminate the information to a number of many and others that are involved in this space. But what is the composition? I'm not sure if this one is for you, TG.
Okay, I've been delegated, Commissioner.
Thank you.
We indicated, Commissioner, that the council was established by the president, and the business leader there is the deputy president. The letters that we have in our record of the members of the Food Security and Nutrition Council that were appointed says the deputy president is the chair, and that such a letter is available, and Minister of Agriculture is the convener, and Minister of Health is a member, Minister of Social Development, Minister of COCTA. I would not be able to list them at the top of my head, but there are letters signed for the appointment of such a council. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe that can also be provided at a later stage. That is fine for now. But what we have not addressed is what's the difficulty in ensuring that public participation is achieved, as well as transparency, and even more, develop a framework around same. And of course, Minister, I appreciate that you've only been in office for 19 months, but I would think that as when you ascended there, especially with the registrar saying that it's been there for more than 2 decades already, I would think that it would have been some of the things that would have put to you to say, these are imperatives. These are things that needs to be attended to immediately. So that question has not been answered. Mele Bukhang, are you able to answer it?
Commissioner, if I understood your question well, is if such a structure is established, why is it not operational and its dealings transparent?
No. I'm talking about now. Remember, we spoke about transparency is key. Accountability, public participation is key, right? And I would think that if you've got any, really for lack of a better word, like the council that you have, amongst others, this should be where the discussions would be taking place. And of course, this should filter back to the department to say, okay, please look at this, especially because you do have representative in that structure as the department, which then I would imagine that you take back to the department in order to ensure that now the department is able to operate optimally and effectively. Because I think you would learn from others as well. You know, the other departments would say we already have this type of systems, but it looks like from where you're sitting, and it's 30 years into democracy, and shocking as I sit here to hear that 30 years into democracy, as a country, we've got a department that says that, hey, you know what, we haven't done it. We haven't done it, and you know, I ask myself, what are South Africans saying right now about our departments that whilst they've been given this mandate to do their work, but here they are, they say we just have not done it. And one would want to know, what are these bottlenecks? What are these challenges that the department has to do that which they've been earmarked to do? This is within your mandate as a department, and I'm happy to say that does not look like, except for the minister in 19 months, but most of you, it would seem you've been there for some time. From how you've articulated a number of issues that have been canvassed with you by the evidence leaders, by Commissioner Nduli, it would seem you really understand the systems very well. But what are the challenges? What is it that impedes you from doing that which you have been earmarked to do?
No, thank you very much, Commissioner. I think quite a lot of work is being done from a departmental point of view.
Let's just DG, we've got limited time. Let's talk to the two. You've already said it's evidence.
Yeah.
That's your submission
Yes.
on record. No transparency plan, no public participation. If you can just speak to those and tell us what has been the challenge that has disallowed you from ensuring that same is just done.
Okay.
Just that aspect.
And with context, Commissioner.
Yes.
The context relates to the Fertilizers, Farm Feeds, Agricultural Remedies and Stock Remedies Act. In this case, that is being raised by Commissioner. And in that we have articulated the issues that have been there. And I think the registrar has tried to articulate the issues to say, at the end of the day, and I started the process where I found it, that there have been attempts to deal with the issue of reviewing the whole legislation. It has been there, it's recorded. And it has been also recorded that in terms of our engagements, there is a process now of involving even civil society, spanning from our Stellenbosch engagements, where we are now coming up with a transparency principle, which Commissioner Ntuli had asked, or the evidence leader was saying, in between, what is that we are doing, which we have responded to. It hasn't been done, but it has not been an issue to say that there's nothing that has been done in the department. There has been processes that have been followed, and those processes have led to various results that we are currently having in the system, Commission.
Thank you so much, Duchi. You've made an attempt, but I can tell you now that you have absolutely not answered that question. Almost okay, the rest I'm just going to ask all of them at once because Commissioner says that I must. And here, the issue with regard to pesticides, what I'm hearing is we look at that's what you said, in fact, Registrar, that you look at the effectiveness of this pesticide. And that's where you stop. Are they effective? And then when they become health hazardous, that's when you then say, hey, we no longer cannot manage this risk. That's when for me, what you're actually saying is this. Let me put it this way. You are saying the right to life is put on hold. Because, the pesticides, according to South Africans, they've cost people's children's lives. Soweto children, we are told they've died as a result of this, and we don't know where else. And of course, there are farm workers who were here this afternoon who are saying, those are also a challenge for us as we are doing the work. Now, if you're saying you firstly look at the effectiveness and then you only go thereafter to the right to life, for me, that's a violation of a human right. That's a violation of a human right. I don't think that's how you should start it. It should start with the right to life. That needs to be protected at all costs. It can't be had that we want to firstly say we're saving the crops vis-a-vis the life. And I will allow you maybe to answer if you will have a chance, but let me just put in the other ones. Minister, if South Africa is nationally food secure and produces enough food, why has your department not put in place a concrete, measurable mechanism with other departments to address the fact that millions of households still cannot access that food? At what point does this stop being a coordination plan and become a failure of government accountability? Two, Minister, you say the department acts when the risk of pesticide can no longer be managed. I will leave that one at that because it's the same question that I've posed just now. Minister, your department regulates highly hazardous pesticides under legislation from 1947, and you've acknowledged gaps in transparency and public participation. Why 30 years into constitutional democracy has the department still not modernized this framework? And by when exactly will the public see a new legislation proposal? Is there one? At least can it also be shared through you, Madam Chair? Can it at least be shared so that we can see that some work is being done by the department? Because that's what we are told. In fact, I think there was also another aspect where you said, Minister, there were on food waste, you said to the Department of Fisheries, you have made submissions. May I also request, Madam Chair, that can we also be given those submissions so that we can see that indeed something is being done. And of course, one who can only hope that it is definitely there. And it will show a date as to by when was this done. And my last one, Madam Chair, Minister, you say support to small-scale farmers is adequate within current means, yet many producers still lack basic storage, refrigeration, finance, and market access. What objective standard is the department using to call that support adequate, and what specific support would you provide immediately if budget and regulatory constraints were removed? We had Ntate Malika testifying before us the other day. He says there used to be mechanisms and ways that allow them to be able to access the department, you know, in different provinces, you know, at a close range. And of course, to date, those were closed as of earliest 1994 after democracy. Are you thinking about maybe resuscitating those? Because according to him, those were enablers for them as farmers that assisted them to have contact with the department, which were allowing them as those small-scale farmers to thrive. I would think that, you know, the type of support must not just only be monetary. The support must be such that it allows the small-scale farmers to have access to the department, and I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for the areas that have been identified. Let me begin where Commissioner has left off in terms of the 1994 areas where you had a service center in a village or a vicinity where a farmer could walk and be assisted with extension services. I think at the center of it, it's what we have submitted, that there is an attempt to ensure that each and every extension officer would be allocated to a locality, to a ratio that would be admissible, a farmer to extension ratio that is admissible. That would mean that we have got to get into our system 11,000 extension officers to achieve that, more than the 10,000 that has been pronounced. Now, that system had a very way of dealing with various issues. You would be assisted in terms of access to finance, access to equipment and other areas that are there. And that is what we are articulating at this moment around the extension. And it's also considered in terms of the policy frameworks that we have on extension in our country. The only thing that is precluding us from achieving that is an issue around financing. Once we have got the financing, I think that's a model that works. It's a very good model. The areas that have been highlighted, I think Ndate Muzunga was very open, Commissioner. The registrar was very open in terms of the consideration and the slant that is there. My understanding of the framework that we have that regulates pesticides in South Africa, let me say agricultural inputs, there are three aspects to it. Firstly, its safety, its efficacy, and the quality of the product that would be out there. And what he was highlighting in terms of the framework, that's my understanding. His framework was saying that in terms of how the framework has been, the efficacy of a product on end use has been at the center instead of you saying that firstly I will go for safety. And in his articulation, I thought he was saying that this needs to be an emphasis around the right to life, just paraphrasing. Now, the issue around South Africa being nationally food secure and at the end of the day having problems of household food security is a challenge that we have. With me, I've got the crop estimates in terms of what we will produce for this year. And it shows that we will still be adequate as a country. Now, there was an earlier question that was asked, which I would like to go back to. what did the liberalization in 1996 do? I think that's where the crux of the issue should go. Liberalization said that the market is free, and you would then not be able to, as a state, to make those interventions that you would like to do, to say that here you have got to do X, Y, Z. And therefore, the economic modeling shifted towards the private sector. That is contained in literature almost everywhere. What we have been trying to do, and I think at various areas, and I know Commissioner would say that not done, you would discount the processes. But what has been is to say, what would the state intervention be? Can the state then come in and say that we have got public stockholding? That stockholding that would say, if, for instance, we have got more maize, we can keep maize and say this is one is destined for those who cannot be doing that. We have been having that engagement even at the level of the World Trade Organization, which will be having a discussion, and I think that trade and industry would have even indicated that we are having this issue around liberalization and how liberalization now is actually hindering us from achieving certain things that we are trying to do. The other intervention that is there is to have a state, almost a state market, where you can then be able to aggregate the commodities that you would want to have and then have them at that level. And I think those are the discussions that should be at the center of what DDG Butseleng was saying. How do we then ensure that we can be able to deal with this issue from a state interventionist point of view? Because the MTDP is very clear. It says that we need a developmental state, and that means that it has got to be interventionist in its nature from that perspective. I think that's what I wanted to indicate. Now, and I'll go back to what Commissioner has raised, which is a point of the paradoxes that we are having. And Commissioner now raises it in another level to say, how do we deal with the areas of importance? I think at the center of this, it's how do we ensure that there is food security, even at a household level, while ensuring that the other areas of food security are not compromised. Like I said, food security would also mean that a person has got money to buy the food. And therefore, you have got to take care of employment. And the sector now currently employing almost 950,000 people within the sector. And the sector also bringing in revenues to the economy. But we have got to do more in terms of ensuring that food security, what would I say? I'm running for an English, the barriers that we have in terms of ensuring that we open up for food security at household level are something that we have got to look at with aplomb from the department side. I know that from a perspective of those who have been in the sector for some time, there have been interventions even at provincial level to focus on household food security. Even within the department, there has been an attempt to just separate from Mebuteli's point of view the various aspects of food security that we have. And the National Food Food and Nutrition Security Survey in 2023 has even guided us, because now we no longer have got almost spraying the articulation that we have. We identify the nodes where we have got food insecurity and say, where can we place our intervention so that we can have maximum impact in terms of food insecurity? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Kunena. My questions, I think there are two primary questions that I'll ask, and the rest I'll have them in writing. Minister, I think in your reply, you actually said for every 1 hectare, if I'm correct, you create about 1,500 jobs. Is that correct, or did I mishear that part?
Incorrect. 1.5 jobs for every hectare.
1.5 for every hectare. We had women on farms testifying today and said what is happening because of the national minimum wage is that farmers are now, in terms of trying to cut costs, are now relying on technology. And what is resulting is that there is a decline in job creation in the agricultural sector. What is your reply to this statement?
Well, I think the minimum wage is one of the constraints that, and one of the input cost drivers in agriculture, but it is the minimum wage, and there has to be, then farmers have a choice. They either mechanize um, or they keep their workforce as low as they can. But the reality is that in the agri space, large numbers of the type of work is manual, and it's difficult to replicate with machinery. Obviously, there's technology, but it's very expensive in the South African environment. And so I mean, agriculture had a net growth in jobs in the last quarter. And more people, as a result of the fact that we are able to bring the investment and the international markets and the like and the export markets, are able to hire more people. And as I said, it is labor-intensive work. And this is why I've said from the beginning, and one of the reasons why I selected this portfolio, was that I think that the agriculture sector can become one of the premium drivers of economic growth and job creation in the country. And certainly the last year's figures have proven that, and the employment growth numbers have proven that. And obviously we want to continue to ensure that more people are employed in this sector, because given the shape of our unemployment in South Africa and the nature of it, primary industries lend themselves to rapid absorption of labor.
Then you also spoke about the fact that the mandate of the department is food production, and farm workers are part of that production aspect. And they stated that because of they are unable to eat the produce that they produce. So while we are having food on our tables, they are unable to, one, access the food on the farms, to afford the food that they produce. What is your comment as the department on the fact that agriculture does not only include farm owners, but it also includes the farm workers, and farm workers have come here and testified that there are gross violations that are taking place in the sector, and no one seems to be hearing them, and they feel powerless. Comments on that aspect?
Well, as I'd say, I mean, I think that where we come across instances of violations or abuse, we report it to the Department of Employment and Labour. I think it's also a function of the fact that there's a massive shortage of labour inspectors in the country, and I think that's one of the reasons why in the latest submissions around the budget, the Minister of Employment and Labour has made the clarion call for more labour inspectors to be able to visit more places. But obviously, if we come across violations, we would report them through the channels. And of course, farm workers are part of a vital part of the ecosystem of the agriculture in South Africa. We would not be able to have an agriculture sector without farm workers. And as I've already indicated in my previous response, it is a very labor-intensive sector, and that is why it won't be able to function without workers. And of course, I think that any violation of either the law or labor regulations needs to have the full might of the relevant department coming down on it.
My last question, Minister, when you made your opening remarks, you said Act 36 of 1947 is a good piece of legislation, and then you also spoke that, however, when you came in and you reviewed it, you noticed that there were certain issues. The statement that is a good piece of legislation, is that in terms of how this industry looks at it, or is this how, in terms of holistically, this act looks like? But also when you reviewed it and you made the statement that it needs to be reviewed, what key considerations did you take into account?
Thank you. I think it is very good for us to have an act rather than regulations that govern these type of issues. And one of the, as I've said, one of the 7 key priorities when I became minister was to look at building a more modern and progressive set of legislation governing the sector. And it transverses not only Act 36, there's Animal Health Acts, there's Animal Diseases Act, there's how we deal with the processing of meat, And given the rapid technological and biological advancement in agriculture, which has really grown in leaps and bounds over the course of the last number of decades, and the change in thinking and attitude around things like better soil stewardship, better long-term management of the environment, things that we've traversed today around making sure that human rights and making sure that there is an era of transparency and accountability that perhaps was not there in 1947 are the reasons. And that is why we've made the commitment right up front that we would get to it. I think it's also important to put this in the context of a new department being formed out of two departments. So I've been minister for 19 months. The first couple of months were spent extricating us from a divorce with the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform that got as granular about moving offices and moving staff and the like, getting our own budget and our own department together, our own programs aligned. And of course, you may be aware we're in the midst of one of the most serious outbreaks of foot and mouth disease in the country. So there are a myriad of competing responsibilities and duties on a daily basis. And you have to really balance those. But one of the key commitments I have made right up front when I became minister was to introduce a modern and progressive legislative and regulatory environment that would remedy many of the situations which commissioners and evidence leaders have traversed during the course of the day.
Now, and I think that's important that we acknowledge that for the longest time, agriculture has been lost in time. So it's been stuck in a particular historical part of South Africa. And it's more than the acts are older than all of us in this room. Now, and you're talking about addressing historical issues. Would your reforms deal with the historical issues and the concerns of farm workers, not only in terms of production and modernizing the industry, but also ensuring that you actually adhere to the supremacy of the Constitution in how you think about agriculture? And a concern is that often, even if we do have labor inspectors, it's very difficult to access private farms. And how do you ensure that when we are moving this industry to the democracy and to the constitutional democracy, we then educate farm owners that they need to provide access to labor inspectors and then form part of the constitutional democracy, because it appears that this industry in its entirety is stuck in time.
Well, that may be the case when it comes to labor inspectors, but certainly it's not something we have issues with. Our veterinary services are empowered to move on to farms to assess animal diseases and the like. So that exists there. Obviously, the labor legislation would obviously then have to look at making sure that they have the access like we have for our veterinary services in these particular instances. But of course, any piece of legislation, when amended, goes through a comprehensive public participation process where the proposed bill is gazetted for public comment. The amendments are put for the public. It goes through a parliamentary process. It then goes through an NCOP process. And then there's always the opportunity for legal review of it. So I certainly think that if there were any constitutional anomalies that arose from anything that we were to put on the table, that it would be pretty quickly picked up by civil society, by parliamentarians, by state law advisors, and the plethora of people who are involved in the democratic lawmaking process.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much, Commissioner. I think that the statement around the sector stuck in time would need to be qualified to a perspective of certain, because there has been legislative changes that we have effected in terms of the department, and I think we need to note them, including the current legislations that we are currently.
Can we ask if that is done in written submissions?
Yeah, we'll do
so that we're able to then do a comparative analysis. And I think this is where we would pause, and I'm just going to ask in terms of the supplementary submissions. It's actually quite a list of the supplementary submissions is one. the report to the presidency regarding the agricultural sector, the adequate support to small farmers as well as the budgetary constraints, the household producer program in terms of the number of people as well as the type of support, the tangible outcomes in terms of agri-sites as well as where they are located, in terms of your food waste strategy, the department submission to the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, the reply to the allegation, Minister, that you made regarding the tribunal as well as the media statement, the process in terms of GMOs and how civil society or individuals can proactively make inputs, as well as how this process unfolds, as well as the role of the GMO Council. The schemes that were mentioned in terms to improve relationships between farm workers and owners, as well as the schemes that you provide, a comparative analysis between the USSR and the South African systems in terms of how do we ensure, in terms of agriculture, the 2010 pesticide policy, the response to the IMC submission in terms of 2.5, your response in terms of the 2023 special repertoire in terms of the allegation that the use of pesticides amounts to environmental racism, the breakdown of the 2.5 billion spent on small-scale farmers and subsistence farmers in terms of the regions, as well as the breakdown, the timelines regarding the land care policy, the composition of the crop life membership, as well as perhaps your relationship, clarify that relationship between yourselves and writing, as well as the supplementary submissions in terms of redress for victims of pesticide, and whether you had people coming to you and saying that I'm a victim of pesticide with evidence. I think those submissions, we will then, in terms of, I see that I have several questions, but due to time constraints, what we do, we'd break down, the letters regarding the council, the composition of the committee. I know that the council is established by the president, but also who forms part of that council. And then the additional questions will be written, and then we will then communicate that in writing. However, we request that the submissions be made to the Commission on or before the 6th of April 2026. We will also ensure that we timely send our questions to the department. Minister and your team, thank you so much for availing yourself. Thank you for being present. You are duly excused. One more department. We're just going for a quick comfort break. When we come back, Kenneth, can we ask the Department of Land Reform and Rural to be present? We're just going for a 5-minute comfort break. Thank you. Kenneth, we're asking for the minister. It appears that he may be available. Thank you. Thank you so much, colleagues. Are we ready to proceed? IT? Thank you so much. I'm going to ask for the Department of, it's been a long day, the Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform to switch on their camera as they have indicated they'll be joining us online. Can you kindly switch on your cameras? I see Dumisani Simpiwe, Barrington. So I'm not sure if it's individuals or it's one individual. Yes. Minister, you are muted. Oh, sorry, apologies. It's
No, it's not it's not the minister.
oh, you misled me. Apologies. We're wishing you well in the next administration, in the 8th administration.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right. Good evening, sir. Just so that we know your full names as well as the role that you play at the department. Just brief introductions.
Uh, Good evening to the chairperson of and the commissioners. My name is Dumisani. Lupungela is my surname. I am currently responsible for corporate support services in the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development. However, I am acting in that position. I am coming in. I hope you can hear me. I I am coming in on not on behalf of the minister. I'm speaking because minister asked me to come and tender his apology. Now, firstly, in tendering his apology, there's a letter that the minister
So
sent.
let's just pause because you've introduced yourself. So I want what you're going to say
Yes.
to form part of evidence. So I need to then swear you in. Then we go through the procedural aspect in terms of the absence of the minister. So now that we know who you are, as well as the role that you play at the department, may I then proceed to either affirm or swear you into the proceedings? Are you going to be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
Prescribed oath, Chair.
Now, once again, your full names for the record.
My name is Dumisani Simpiwe Barrington Lupungela is my surname.
Thank you, sir. Do you consider the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
You will now, in terms of the procedural aspect, in terms of the process, the panel, as well as the commission, has indicated that we want the physical presence of ministers in the inquiry. Perhaps you can just start off by explaining why the minister is absent, and then we'll take it there. I'll ask then the fellow panelists if they have any questions for you.
Thank you, Chairperson, once again. The minister, due to competing engagements, that's one. Today, minister was appearing in the portfolio committee in Cape Town. Portfolio Committee on Land Reform and Rural Development. And there was only one item, and the item was about the Ingonyama Trust Board. Now, Minister could not request for postponement because the item was postponed 3 times already in the Portfolio Committee. And the Portfolio Committee then, they put this item only today. Hence, he could not come to, that's one. Then secondly, there was also a miscommunication without apportioning a blame to the South African Human Rights Commission. Because of the measure of the demerger of the two departments, the one that you had a hearing earlier, Department of Agriculture, and our department, that is the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development. Now, there's been rather a challenge in as far as the emails. So we then realized that the email that was sent from the commissioner's office, it was sent, of course, in December to the department email that is saying Department of Agriculture and Land Reform, Rural Development, which is an old email. Ever since then, the demerger of the two departments, that email has ceased, is no longer in operation. Hence, now there was that miscommunication. That's one. I must then, though, indicate and place it on record that the Human Rights Commission called on the 4th of March. We again got to know about this 2 days ago, that the Human Rights Commission called and spoke to the office of the minister. And not only that, but also sent 3 documents which contain amongst them what preparations and documentation that was required by the commission in preparation of today's hearing. And now, therefore, the problem there is in the office, the support staff in the office of the minister, because that never came to the attention of the minister until 2 days ago. And at that time, minister had already committed to the portfolio committee. And parallel to that, then the minister wrote a letter, which was then sent yesterday to apologize and also to emphasize the fact that he understands the obligations that he has. And not only that, but even that he respects the role of the commission, constitutional obligation, etc. But the 2 days came to the attention of the minister because of the subpoena that came to the minister. It's only when the subpoena came that the minister got to know about this hearing. Hence, then, in reacting to that, then there was a writing to the commission. And there was an attempt to, which was yesterday, trying to get to the office of the commission, the Nelson Mandela, the office there. And unfortunately, that was not successful until then minister managed to get hold of the chairperson, Reverend Chris Nissen, where he then indicate also the challenge that he's having. And there was also subsequent to that a request from the commission to say, why can't minister change the program therefore and reroute to Cape Town? I'm sorry, to Johannesburg, because already there's a handing over of the title deed to the community of Umzing Mkulu, where there was a land claim. Now, that initially was supposed, the title handover was supposed to be done by the president on the 10th. Now, the presidency requested for that date to be changed to the 20th of this month, which is Friday. And of course, again, it became difficult for the minister to then reroute, given that he is the person who's in charge for that program as a minister, executive authority. Now, there was an attempt from the side of the minister to request the deputy minister to come in. Unfortunately, the deputy minister is off sick, so he couldn't cover one of the two commitments that were at the minister's disposal. Now, so there's been that miscommunication and, of course, the challenges. So upon engagement with Mr. Sitebe, then there was an agreement that perhaps can't minister then have we get him online to at least come and present his apology in person virtually. Now, there was a glitch in terms of connectivity because we have been struggling. We were sent the link. We have been struggling before the Minister of Agriculture came in. And for about 10 to 15 minutes, we're struggling to connect. And unfortunately, that led then to the commencement of the Department of Agriculture. And the minister has been online. I've been online with the minister right through. But then, unfortunately, at 7 o'clock, he is having a shortlisting for a vacant post of a director general. And now he has been struggling to get the ministers who are part of the panel. So fortunately, today, all the ministers, because that are in the panel, were able to commit to 7 o'clock. In fact, initially to 6 o'clock, but then there was a request to move it to 7 o'clock because it wasn't anticipated that the session will go thus far with the Minister of Agriculture or the department before. So finally at 7 o'clock, they started the panel. Now I tried even now, although he has sent me to come in and render apology for him. He requested then that I come in as I've been sitting right through, because now he can't join because he's sitting in a panel of a director general for his department, and he is chairing that. So having said that, commissioners, the minister is humbly and earnestly requesting that his apology be accepted, and of course request even for the condonment of the subpoena. And on top of that, the officials, they've been assigned already as from yesterday morning. They are busy collecting all the information in line with the request of the HRC. So we're busy putting together all the documentation and even the affidavit thereof. And the intention is to make all that document available to the commission. And of course, then the commission, I guess, will guide as to the timelines along as to that will be required if the humble submission that I'm doing on behalf of the minister is acceptable. So again, minister made it clear that he acknowledges that the problem is not in the side of the commission. The challenge is in the side of the department and his office. So on that note, Chair, I humbly submit. Thank you.
I just want to perhaps just ask a few questions. You're noting that as of the 4th of March, there was telephonic communication from the Human Rights Commission in terms of the submissions that we had not yet received from the department, as well as the issue around the physical presence of the minister. That's the first part. But I do recall that there was, in the morning, the minister had undertaken to be present virtually at 1 o'clock so that we can swear him in, he can explain his absence, and then the panel can then deliberate on it. Explaining that aspect to the 4th of March conversation, the 1 o'clock indulgence by the panel as in order for the minister to appear virtually and to explain his absence. But also then you say that there is a subpoena that was served on the minister, and despite the subpoena being served on him, he is not before the commission. He sent a letter, we note the letter, but how do you then explain that he could have and can postpone or delay the shortlisting of the DG until we had excused him as the panel? But also sitting here, I have not received any written delegation from the minister authorizing you, one, to appear on his behalf and explain his absence. So those are my three questions for you. I'm going to allow Commissioner Kwinana if she has any questions. Comments, Commissioner?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to find out when was the subpoena received by Minister, because you said the Minister became aware, but I did not really hear the time frame as to at what point did he become aware of this engagement. And also, Chair, the engagement that Minister has been involved in this afternoon, when did it end? Because I would think it's an engagement that is made public, and maybe that information is not correct, but from what the social media space says, this engagement ended just before 1, and which then means the minister could have made himself available thereafter. And what is the minister saying about tomorrow? The minister is handing over a property or a title deed. The submission is that there was an engagement with the minister to say, can he not reroute to Gauteng? And of course, later on, he can go to KZN for the delivery of the title deed. What is the minister saying with regard to saying, why has he not considered it in order for him to ensure that even us as the commission, we can save costs? Because us being here is a very costly exercise. And if we have to sit again, it means the budget must come from somewhere. So those are some of the things that I would think as an executive head he is aware of and he would have definitely considered. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Ntuli?
No, thank you, Chair. I'm covered, Chair, by yourself as well as Commissioner Kwinana. Mr. Lupungela, thank you for availing yourself. We also noted that you stayed for the duration of the engagement of the inquiry with the Ministry for Agriculture. We appreciate the time, but the questions asked by the two fellow panelists become very important, particularly the question asked around the time lapse between the time that the portfolio committee engagement ended as well as then the stated 7 o'clock that the minister indicated his availability. What accounts for that time and the minister's non-availability given the importance of this engagement? Equally, if the minister is handing over a title deed on Friday the 20th, tomorrow being Thursday the 19th, what prevents the minister from attending to this inquiry in person tomorrow by rerouting? Because we have to then weigh the cost implications. As Commissioner Kwinana is indicating, it's very costly for us to be here. And if we are unable to meet the minister before the end of this inquiry, it means then the state has to expand further costs to accommodate him. Given the importance of the portfolio he occupies for the topic that is the center of this inquiry, it becomes very important for the minister to be able to be available. So this is just to place emphasis on the questions and the concerns raised by the panel. Thank you so much.
So you can now reply to the questions from the panel.
Thank you very much, commissioners. Indeed, the meeting, if I may start with Commissioner Ntuli, or rather, Commissioner Kunene. Indeed, the meeting ended before 1 o'clock.
Answering the questions.
Yes, I am answering a chair, but I thought I was obstructed, like it was like there's a challenge. My humble apology. So let me start by answering the question of Commissioner Kunene. I hope I'm correct.
No, it's Commissioner Queenana.
Oh,
Yes.
Queenana.
Yes.
Queenana. Yes. Yeah. Not Queenana. Queenana. Sorry, on a lighter note. Indeed, the meeting ended just before 1 o'clock. I'm confirming that. And then there was a follow-up based on the letter that the minister had submitted. And he spoke with the chairperson, still explaining the predicament, because there was this issue of rerouting. And at that time, minister he was not yet aware that the deputy minister was off sick. So there was that challenge. So indeed, they couldn't commit at that time. Then the second issue is that there was the challenge of documentation, because with minister, the department had not prepared the documentation for submission. So, of course, the idea was, irrespective of deputy minister not being there and minister working on the engaging with the chairperson, documentation was also not available to be presented. Then the third issue, from 4 o'clock, indeed, minister has been struggling to connect. Until then, we managed to use my gadget. And at that time, that's when the Minister of Agriculture was being sworn in, and the DG and the other colleagues from Agriculture. So we were together from the inception of that hearing up until 6:30. And of course, I tried to engage Mr. Stebe, but it was quite clear that nothing will change. And so, because initially the panel, the shortlisting was for 6 o'clock, but then it was moved to 7 o'clock. So it ended up starting at 7 o'clock. So I'm just trying to explain the issue of the time and the duration. On the issue of rerouting, in particular for tomorrow. I am unable to answer for the minister on that one. Perhaps what I could do is to, after this session, I will then go to I'll make sure that before one sleeps, goes to the minister's place and make sure that there's a clear direction or guidance from him on this issue. That is about tomorrow. Even though I know that there was a meeting also for 10 o'clock, but I will communicate at least on the issue of tomorrow. Then there was a question on the issue of the 4th and of March. I indicated earlier that the office of that, and in fact, until the 16th of March, that the minister knew about him supposed to be appearing in here. And it was because of the subpoena, not even because of the correspondence. And that subpoena came through legal services of the department, draw it to the attention of the minister. When they were actually saying, because the subpoena also indicated that the minister must actually also make a submission or rather an affidavit in that regard. So the subpoena, I may as well indicate that it was signed on the 8th as per documentation indeed, and then delivered on the 9th. And so that's what's in the actual statements themselves. As far as the delegation, there is no written delegation or even letter that said Lupungela go and represent me and given a written submission in that regard. It was a verbal instruction, Chair, and therefore, once again, I want to emphasize that I am here because I was directed by the minister to come here. So that is perhaps what I may say at this point in time, Chair.
Thank you so much, sir, for that explanation. The panel has deliberated, and this is the decision of the panel. We note the apology from the minister. However, the panel requests that the minister physically appears before the commission tomorrow morning between 9 and 10. You also warned, because you are still under oath, to also be present at that time. Thank you, sir. Physically. You see, we are emphasizing the importance of having the executive authorities and the political heads physically be before this commission. So thank you so much. You are warned to appear tomorrow again.
Chair, is it possible, just from a side of practicality? I'm not contesting the decision of the commission. The first flight is 6 o'clock from Cape Town, and it lands in Johannesburg at 8 o'clock. Now it means driving from the airport to
Hence
Houghton.
the time allocation is between 9 and 10.
Or between, okay,
Yes.
okay. No fine, no fine. I take note of that. I was just worried that minister might be in breach. At least he has a blue light. I don't have a blue light myself, so I might struggle
Can we
in
not
the
use the blue
traffic
light
to
for
be there by 9
inappropriate?
o'clock.
Can we not use the blue light for inappropriate methods? But right now we are
No,
going
my
to.
apology, I withdraw.
Yes, we are going to adjourn. You are warned for tomorrow between 9 and 10. Thank you so much, colleagues. thank you so much for staying with us until 8:30. We'd like to say we've had a nice evening with you. Let's see you tomorrow morning, 8:30, while we wait for the other ministers to join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.